For your patience. Still got the, I thought that was you out there playing the piano, Jeff. Love it. I was watching people in the audience kind of heads bob. I like it. We don't normally have that at commission meetings. Kind of a fun new tradition. So, well, welcome everyone. Thank you for your patience. We want to make sure we need a quorum here, obviously, to start. We have that. And so first up, I would actually ask Kent Kramer to call the roll, please.
Mr. Chair. Mike Alley.
I am on the phone, or I'm here. Thank you.
Dennis Bland.
Present.
Kathy Cabello.
Present.
Dr. Ted Castronova.
Present.
Judd Fisher.
Judd is on the phone, but he said he wouldn't have
Respond.
audio for it right now.
Samantha Flashaker. Larry Gattoni.
Remote, here I am.
Bill Hanna.
Present.
Nancy Jordan.
Present, on the phone,
Molly
well, on the
Kitchell.
video.
Thank you. Molly Kitchell.
Present via phone.
And Kramer is here. Pepper Mulholland.
Present.
All here. Dan Peterson.
Present.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. We have a quorum. Hi to everyone virtually. It's good to hear your voices. We can't see your faces, but we definitely hear you. And thanks. I know this turned out to be a very busy day for a lot of people. We've got a lot of conflicting board members for a number of folks. And poor Bill, I heard his story, flew in at 1 a.m., didn't know where he was last night and had to get up and then has to leave early for a meeting in Indianapolis. So thank you for your persistence in getting here. It really helps us.
Thanks for accommodating me. I appreciate it.
Oh, absolutely. We need to do that. So we'd like to start, obviously, with something that is very bittersweet. But we're going to celebrate this opportunity, which is our Commissioner Chris Lowry's last official commission meeting. And I would just like to say it's been an absolute honor and pleasure to work with Chris for a number of years, not just in the role as commissioner, but previous to that, of course. Chris has been, as you all know, just such a dedicated servant leader throughout his career, but especially at the commission, and led a team beautifully, led a vision and an organization that has made a tremendous amount of impact on higher ed and more broadly on the state of Indiana. So you have my, and I know our utmost respect and thanks for everything you've done for Indiana and for our commission, for our higher ed partners, and most importantly for students in Indiana. So again, we've been blessed to have you, and we know that you're not going away. You'll be around and very much involved in discussions and lots of things going forward. So we appreciate that. To that end, I would like to turn to my friend Dennis Bland to read a resolution in honor of Chris.
Sure. And good morning, everybody. First, I'd like to say how much of an honor it is even to have been asked to read the resolution, giving my regard for Mr. Chris Lowry. Resolution honoring Commissioner Chris Lowry, September 18, 2025. Whereas Commissioner Chris Lowry has served the state of Indiana as Commissioner for Higher Education for more than 3 years and has devoted much of his life to increasing economic and social mobility and prosperity for all students through his previous leadership at Ivy Tech Community College and his long tenured service on the board of the Batesville Community School Corporation. And whereas Commissioner Lowry led the development of the Commission's HOPE, or Hoosier Opportunities and Possibilities Through Education agenda, which serves as the agency's strategic plan through 2030 and challenges Indiana to become a top 10 state in the nation in 7 key measures centered on addressing enrollment, completion, and graduate retention, And whereas Commissioner Lowry brought clarity to the commission's strategy and actions by developing the agency's first strategic management process, challenging every staff member to set audacious goals aligned to the agency's HOPE agenda. And whereas under his leadership, Indiana enacted the most comprehensive overhaul of its outcomes-based performance funding formula, expanding beyond completion metrics to include new measures for enrollment, graduate retention, and research impact. And whereas the comprehensive overhaul of Indiana's funding formula has already yielded measurable success, including reversing a decade-long decline in college enrollment with 2 consecutive years of growth and elevating the state's college completion rate from 14th to 9th in the nation. And whereas Commissioner Lowry worked alongside statewide partners to champion the automatic enrollment of eligible students into the 21st Century Scholars Program, increasing participation from fewer than 20,000 to nearly 50,000 students enrolled annually. And whereas he has been a tireless advocate for college affordability, successfully increasing the maximum Frankel-Bannon Award and significantly improving Indiana's FAFSA filing rate, reaching the state's goal of 60% of high school seniors filing in 2025. And whereas recognizing the importance of early college credit, Commissioner Lowry led the rapid expansion of the Indiana College Corps, growing the number of high schools offering the certificate from 84 in 2022 to 312 in 2025. And whereas Commissioner Lowry led a significant shift in the commission's data strategy, moving from relying on lagging data for analysis to utilizing relevant data as a source of leading indicators to evaluate strategic performance of policies and programs. And whereas Commissioner Lowry enhanced statewide awareness of Indiana's world-class higher education opportunities through the Indiana Pre-Admissions and Enrollment Ready initiatives, which annually provides more than 300,000 high school students and their families with critical information to support informed college choices. Now therefore be it resolved that the Commission for Higher Education expresses its deep appreciation for Commissioner Lowry's and as he concludes his distinguished career in public service, and wishes him well as he finds new ways to serve his family, Hoosier students, and the state in this next chapter.
Dennis, thank you very much. Well read, and I know we all appreciate you doing this, recognizing Chris. So we need to vote on this, but I also know call a little bit of an audible, make sure that would like to say anything. I want to make sure we have time for that real quick, but let's move on to vote for this great resolution, most appropriate resolution. There was a lot of whereases in that. And to be honest, there were a lot more that could have been added, just a reflection of how much was done or has been done. So without further ado, I would entertain a motion for approval of the resolution honoring Commissioner Chris Lowry.
So move.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Larry. Thank you, Pepper. Any comments, questions? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
I,
I'm guessing there are no abstentions or oppositions, so don't call that. Again, we've got a full agenda, but this is some important point in time here. So anybody, don't feel obligated, but anybody who'd like to make any comments, and then I want to ask you to maybe make a couple of quick comments if you're willing. So anyone, yeah, Deborah.
Just quickly for the commission members that weren't with us when we came together to bring Chris into this role, looking at him, I considered him overqualified and undercompensated to take this position, and it was a sacrifice for him to come to the commission, which is generally the case for government instrumentalities, but it was a sacrifice on his part. He has put his heart and soul into this role, more than anybody I've ever seen or worked with. Some of the legacy that he leaves behind that was just absolutely inspirational was the Hope Agenda and the Partnership Pentagon. I thought the Partnership Pentagon was absolutely inspired. And I hope those initiatives continue. And I am certain Chris will continue to grow in virtue and in serving whatever the next role in life takes him. So thank you for your service.
Thank you, Pepper. Well said. Yeah, Bill.
The mic on or do I? That's the press this.
Are there? Yeah, there you
Okay,
go.
red light.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to Chris and Pepper. It's funny you said that. I was thinking about this public impact versus profit and what the definition of a public servant actually is. And a lot of times we characterize it one way or another, but I think of opportunity cost. And when I think of someone who intentionally lays aside the pursuit of personal wealth in the interest of public impact, that to me is that's the apex of what it means to be a true public servant. And there is a real cost to that. And you have given that to the citizens of Indiana. And clearly you could have done anything with your life. There's also this ownership piece that is rare. And when you see it, you know it. It's hard to describe, but never quit, never give up. Ingest the entire mission and make it 100% yours. And that's what I think of when I think of Chris Lowry and his activity in the General Assembly, his relationship building, the team building concept of the speed at which they move, the thoughtfulness, the thoroughness, the education behind it. I was thoroughly impressed. And so I think he should be counted among some of the greatest Indiana leaders that we've had in spirit and action and indeed in results. And I'm very grateful for your service and grateful to have gotten to know you. So thank you. And I also want to recognize the sacrifice that your wife and family make for this. These are hours on roads and in meetings and sessions and last minute calls. And that's a decision an entire family has made. And I think the whole Lowry family should be recognized for that sacrifice. So thank you.
This is Mike Alley. I just want to reiterate the things that all of you guys have said and the impact that Chris has had. You know, I had high hopes when Chris came on board, and he has far exceeded those high hopes and has left a lasting legacy. I think moving our aspirations much higher in terms of what we can achieve, and has been very proactive in putting action steps in place to ensure that they indeed are going to be realized. So, thank you, Chris. You've had an indelible impact on the commission and education in the state of Indiana. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
I'd like to say I was not here when Chris first started, but I watched from afar. And when I joined the commission, it has been a joy, short joy, but a joy. But talking about your impact and legacy, agree with what everyone has said. But I think also you never lost sight of the youth of Indiana. And that is where your true impact is going to be made. Yes, in your innovation and direction you're going, but the youth, and they have much to be grateful for. We have much to be grateful for the impact that you've made and that will carry on in the future. So thank you very much for caring for our youth and our future of now and in the future of our youth. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes, of course.
Little inside baseball, if I may. I had the honor of serving on the selection committee. We were searching for a new commissioner, so I remember there being some after the interviews, and not to slight anyone, but through the deliberation and conversation amongst the committee, I said, I think we have a candidate that is a stronger candidate for what we're trying to accomplish, and quite honestly, I don't think it's close. And then fast forward and we're introduced, Chris begins his role and he introduces to Pepper's point, this hope agenda, and he's talking about a vision for Indiana. And then my comment was, I've never heard anything like this in all my days. Like, I am just wild by the vision. I am wild by what we're seeing in terms of where you're trying to take the state. And so then to echo Bill's comments, I just really think you're a unique figure in the state. And I guess people have their own, descriptions or depictions, but in my mind, to Bill's point, based upon how you define a fine Hoosier, I think you embody it. I mean, just this quiet industry, not tooting horns, but up early, running and reading and doing all these things that are just clawing for something outstanding, clawing for something more than ordinary. And then again, to Pepper's point, and trying to do that for the betterment of people. So as you talk about legacy, I just think your example, your commitment, your desire to elevate the state and take people to higher places, maybe to places that we hadn't even envisioned or considered. For me, that's the legacy that I always remember. So with deep gratitude, thank you.
I'd like to just add a couple of comments to the already wonderful comments. You know, when you get appointed to this position or you take on, a board type role, you just hope who is leading the organization, that they're committed to the mission, that they believe in it, they've got a passion for it, and, in spades, you have shown that. And, I appreciate what everybody said, but also how you lift up your team, how you recognize great effort, how you, almost always put people forward. And, when I look at role models and how I aspire to be as a leader, I can look at you, how I aspire, to lead an organization as you have. You provide a great example. So thank you for being you, and thank you for all that you've done.
I just wanted to say a quick thank you as well. Directly coming from a student who's graduating this year, who was only in high school a couple of years ago, the work that you've done for the state, the fact that I'm able to go to college coming from a low-income family. Every time we go on a campus, the first thing you do, I see, is talk to the students. And I remember this past summer being like, there's no students. But I remember also that when you go here, you try and understand their demographic, their culture, the difference from northern to southern Indiana. I really do appreciate how you care. And it really is, like Kathy said, I'm piggybacking off of it, but the youth, you really do care. And some students I know may not be aware of the work that's going on in the state of Indiana, but I just wanted to let you know that this role has given me a different opportunity to see this, and I just wanted to say thank you.
All right, well, unless there's anybody else who is dying to make a comment. Yes, Pepper.
One more quick record. I'd
Yeah.
just like for the record that Chris Lowry is the first recipient of the Fine Hoosier Award. And I think that's something that we should have going forward.
Chris, I'll turn to you for whatever. I know this is a humbling, I'm sure for you especially, this is humbling to hear, but most appropriate, so.
This is, it is humbling. I said in my missive to all of you back in July at some point that it's been an honor to serve with you as commission members, serve alongside our staff, our university partners, the folks in that Pentagon, business, education, government, philanthropy, nonprofits, community faith-based organizations, and it's just been, it's exceeded my wildest expectations. You're brilliant people, you're mission-oriented, I think I've shared with several of you, you may know this about me. I'm fairly decisive. It doesn't take me long to come to a decision. The staff probably says, I wish it took a little longer sometimes. This took 4 months. And the things that I kept wrestling with were the mission and the people. Because I just, I get so much more out of you than you get out of me. Yeah, I mean, there are days that I have said to myself, could I ever have imagined being able to lead in a role like this? But the young undergrad coming out of Bloomington in public affairs, Chuck and I had a delightful early career conversation last night over dinner, President Johnson and I and others. And harkening back to those days, I just wouldn't have even imagined this. And to be, in rooms with the caliber of all of you and trying to then do the thing with which I really struggled probably the most in making this decision. And that was the mission. I don't know if this is a promise or a threat. I won't give up on this mission. It's too important for our state. It's too important for, thank you, recognizing Samantha, others too, that the reason I've done this is for our students and for the future, because they are the future of this state. That I don't know how many I've met, thousands over the, I guess, 11 years I've been in higher ed. I consider myself still in higher education, government and higher ed, to have my feet in both places. But their stories are remarkable. Whether it's the 19-year-old student that I talked with last week, or by the way, on my very first day at Ivy Tech Community College, the first person I spoke with outside of staff was a 48-year-old gentleman on the Columbus campus who came in, and I was greeting people. What did I know? At least I could say hi. I knew nothing about the job, probably beyond that. And this guy came up to me and I said, "Can I help you find a room?" And he looked at me and he said, "I don't know why I'm here." And at that moment, I thought, I know why I'm here then. And so we fumbled around. We found his room. And I continued to see him throughout the semester. And he looked at me and he said, "I haven't been in a classroom in 30 years. He was 48 years old. And I said, "Well, I've got you as long as you've got me." And so anyhow, it's been an honor. It's also been really humbling. There's so much I know I don't know. I'm sure the staff has a list. It should. But the real privilege has been serving, especially our students in this state. I can't help but think of them quite literally every day with regard to our mission. I want them filled with hope. I want them to see the prospects of being in this room, in the room and at the table. I want that as a possibility for them. And I'm absolutely convinced that the way up, the way out, the way forward, the way into this room and to this table, to these tables, is through educational attainment. The facts don't lie. Funny thing about those facts. And so stay committed. I'll be around. I'll try not to be obnoxious about it, getting in anyone's way or pontificating at the wrong moment in time. But all I can say is thank you. Our team has adopted 4 words that we think have helped define our culture. And those all come to mind for me in various ways as I wrap this up. Honor, trust, grace, and gratitude. It has just been an honor, and I hope in turn, I hope I've tried to honor each of you. If I haven't at times, trust me, it's been regretted on my part. That we've earned each other's trust. You've earned mine. I only hope I've done something along the way to tempt that with you. You've shown me a lot of grace at times. Trust me, I know that.
and hope I extend that to you. And I hope you remain generous in your gratitude. Be sincere, but be generous with your gratitude. It goes a long way. And I am grateful for these incredible comments, your friendships, your partnerships, and for the work that you've allowed me to come alongside and do with you. So thank you.
Thank you again, Commissioner. Chuck? President Chuck Johnson, you've got a hard act to follow here. I don't envy you.
After
I know, right?
the end of the story here. Well, Chris, I just want to add my gratitude to you for all the work you've done. Your steadfast commitment to education has been something that's been remarkable. And I believe your commitment to partnership with the higher education institutions has been something I valued. Certainly as a president, we always have issues that we're trying to work with you on and wrestle with you about, and I've appreciated your integrity and again, your steadfast commitment to the ultimate goal, and that is producing a better outcome for all of our Hoosier families. So thank you. And on behalf of you have in retirement, I guess I would be remiss if I didn't give you at least a little bit of thanks with you to remember your time in this role in our partnership. Thank you. And I appreciate wearing BU colors today.
Voice on brand.
And so, Commissioners, it's my pleasure to welcome you to Vincennes University Jasper campus. This is one of our sites in Indiana where we, I think, do some of the most exciting work. This whole campus is committed to doing a lot of the work that Chris and you have really championed and put forward, a lot of the policy processes that will help us be successful. Our focus in working with industry, our focus in working with K-12, in meeting the needs of our local community and building the future for these families is something we're quite proud of. And I'd also like to introduce to you our newest member of our team, Adam Watkins, who's our Dean and Assistant Vice President here for the Jasper campus. We were fortunate to steal Adam away from Illinois, from Lincoln Land Community College. He has a long history of excellence in academic leadership and teaching. He was Missouri Community College Teacher of the Year in 2017. And we're delighted to have him here, and I'll have Adam talk a little bit more about what we're doing here at Jasper. Thank you.
Thank you all. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you for a few minutes. I know you've got a busy schedule, but I am Adam Watkins, the new AVP and Dean here at Vincennes University Jasper. It's been about 5.5 weeks. So every day is a new day for me. So if you don't mind, I'd like to just introduce myself a little more fully for you all. And then I'll give you some highlights of what's happening here in Jasper right now. So I'm originally from DeKalb, Illinois. It's corn country. Spent a lot of time in cornfields as a kid. I started my higher education experience at Kishwaukee Community College. And so that right there from the beginning sort of set in motion my need, my desire to be in the community college sector. I finished my bachelor's degree at Webster University in St. Louis, and then I moved to England to live in Canterbury, England, to finish my master's studies there in art and design. I came back to America, began teaching, spent 17 years in the classroom, 14 of those at East Central College, which is a community college outside of St. Louis, Missouri, and sort of grew through the ranks, becoming the chair of fine and performing arts before I left to move to Lincoln Land Community College in Springfield, Illinois as the Dean of Arts and Communication. And so part of my role there was really about connecting sort of that liberal arts to the workforce and understanding that those soft skills and employability skills were much needed across all of the curriculum. And so working really closely with our industry leaders and our business partners to make sure that we were helping to produce quality, skilled laborers for them and to increase that possibility in our community. I've only been here at Jasper for a very short time, but I can tell you this is a very special place. The connection between the campus and the community is real, and it is making a difference. We've already seen a lot of strong momentum here in this semester. We started the semester off with a 23% increase in first-time full-time students. We had a 133% jump in our attendees for our preview days. And we have seen over a 19% increase in admitted applicants over last year. So that's sort of really exciting for us as we sort of sit here in Du Bois County. We're also happy to welcome over 220 high school students this semester through dual credit and dual enrollment. And that's thanks to our partnership with the Patoka Valley Cooperative. These students are getting early access to college coursework in high demand areas like construction trades, automation and robotics, EMT, CNA, healthcare, business, and criminal justice. They're also gaining hands-on experience through work-based learning with employers right here in Du Bois County. That's what makes VUJ stand out. We're not just teaching, we're connecting students with real opportunities. We continue to support Du Bois County innovative manufacturing business sectors through programs like our automation robotics, our construction trades and career advancement program. That CAP program, this is where we blend the classroom learning with paid on the job trainings, a win for both the students and our local employers. Our custom business and industry training programs also help to meet the specific employer needs across the region. One recent example of how we responded directly to local needs is the relaunch of our paramedic program. The program had been suspended for a number of years, but our healthcare partners, Deaconess Memorial and first responders, they reached out, we listened, we looked at regional data and confirmed that there was a sustainable need for trained paramedics. So with the community support and the approval of COAMPS and KHEP, we launched the program this fall with an initial cohort of 5 students. Our healthcare partners are absolutely ecstatic, and we are really excited, and we see this as an opportunity and the beginning of a program that will grow and make a real impact in our region. All of this reflects the heart of the VUJ's mission. We're student-centered, community-driven, and regionally responsive. And I'm proud to be a part of that work. Thank you for your time. Appreciate you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, President Johnson. Dean Watkins, as well, thank you very much. We welcome you to Jasper. We welcome you to Indiana. Love that brain gain for our on our behalf, if you will. And as I'm sure you're figuring out, Jasper is just a really wonderful community and just a great community overall. So welcome. Thank you. We now are going to move on with our agenda. The agenda book contains minutes from our July meeting for your approval. This meeting beginning on page 7. So I would entertain a motion for approval of those minutes. Thank you, Kathy. Second. Thank you. Any comments, questions, corrections? Okay, hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. We're going to move on to budget items. We've got Mike Alley is on, but as I mentioned, he's got a board meeting, so he's only on for a little bit here. So we wanted to start with the budget and capital project stuff. So before we get to those, Mike, I didn't know if you wanted to make any introductory comments on behalf of the Budget Productivity Committee, or whether you want to just move right ahead into the approvals.
No, I'm happy to do so, Dan. Thank you very much. The Budget and Productivity Committee met on September 4th and and fully vetted all of the capital projects that are before you today, one for your approval and one for expedited approval. In addition, we reviewed the procurement policy and some changes there. And then later on, you're going to hear about some of the financial reporting that we heard from the commission at our previous meeting that you wanted more information. And so Brooke has an outstanding presentation that she will share later that I think really provides some tremendous insight into the kind of the components of our budget and our performance and things like that will be very helpful for you. And then what we would anticipate is providing you a financial update and performance relative to our operating budget on a quarterly basis. So we won't have that at this meeting, but we would anticipate doing that on a quarterly basis. But again, these capital projects have been fully vetted by our committee, and our committee all unanimously agreed to move those forward for your consideration here at the full commission meeting. And with that, I'll turn it to you, Brooke, to kind of introduce the process and provide the appropriate feedback at the right time. So I'll turn it to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm really delighted today that our Director of Finance, Cody, is going to be leading our budget items for votes. And so I'm going to actually turn it over to Cody today. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Cody Blake Robinson. So I've been serving since April of this year as the Director of Finance for the Commission of Higher Education. Just a little bit about me in case we haven't gotten the chance to meet. Prior to this role, I served as the Assistant Director for Economic Development and Education at the State Budget Agency. And if we rewind the clock a little bit further, actually started my career as a kindergarten teacher. So if you ever want to hear about how we got from A to B, happy to share it. And also happy to hear your story too. Stories, I just find those fascinating. So happy to sit down over a coffee sometime and talk more. So we do have 8 capital projects that were reviewed by the Budget and Productivity Committee that we're presenting before you today. The first one is for full discussion. This is a lease agreement between the trustees of Indiana University and the Indiana University Foundation. I'm actually going to now continue to play with the hot stick and pass this off to our colleagues from Indiana University, Zach Smith-Howard, who's going to tell you a little bit more about this lease agreement.
Thank you, Cody, Chairman Peterson, members of the commission. I'm Zach Smith-Howard. I'm the Director for State Relations at Indiana University. I mentioned this at the Budget and Productivity Committee, but for those who aren't on the committee, with the departure of Vice President Tom Morrison to Duke University, IU State Relations will now shepherd IU's capital projects through the state approval process with both the commission and the State Budget Committee. And that is a change of practice for IU. John D'Angelo, who was at the Budget Productivity Committee, is IU's new Vice President for Capital Facilities and Planning. John and his team will continue to serve as IU's subject matter experts on the specifics of all capital projects and be available as needed to answer any questions our team is unable to provide. So just wanted to give that update to the full body. Now to why we're here. Pursuant to Indiana Code 2133-3-7, IU requests your authorization to lease the building located at 1619 Massachusetts Avenue Northwest in Washington, D.C., boosting the university's national presence, expanding opportunities for students, and accelerating the impact of our groundbreaking researchers that will put the university's faculty and students at the heart of national and international affairs. Located in DC's DuPont Circle neighborhood, the building is situated among numerous embassies, peer institutions, and headquarters of national institutions, placing students at the center of the highest levels of government and policymaking. The building was originally constructed in 1961 and is 8 stories. It includes 60,000 gross square feet above grade and has an 11,000 square foot underground parking garage. The parcel also includes 5 surface parking lots contiguous to the building. The building was purchased by the IU Foundation for use by Indiana University on March 14th, 2025. The building is currently undergoing renovations in anticipation of initial occupancy in January of 2026. The base rent charges for the building will be paid semi-annually in the amount of $1,350,000 due each January and July, commencing on January 1st of 2026. We request your approval today to enter into the lease for a term of 20 years. The IU Board of Trustees approved the lease agreement at their business meeting held on June 12th, 2025. What's important to note, and I talked about at the committee, was this facility will consolidate IU's academic and business operations in DC into one location. And it'll take 5 leases that we currently have in the district down to 1. All 8 floors will be programmable. The facility will include housing for students in IU's Washington-based programs, and that will include 40 student beds, all ADA compliant, single and double occupancy rooms. These students previously had no dedicated housing or residential services, making a Washington experience complicated and potentially costly. And I can speak from experience as an intern in DC, it's expensive to live there. And if you don't have dedicated housing, it can be difficult to find a place to stay while you're trying to intern. The building will also allow for expanded engagement opportunities with classrooms, offices, and event space to serve as an avenue to host major speakers and events that will highlight IU's status as a global leader in scholarship and research. It's conveniently located near public transportation, so the space will maximize the connection between the IU community and the multitude of opportunities that we know exist in DC. This facility has been in the works since President Pam Whitten took over as president in 2021, and it builds on a history of IU creating opportunities in DC. Some of those amazing programs are within the O'Neill School, the Department of Political Science, and the College of Arts and Sciences at IU Bloomington, as well as a new program launched by the Hamilton Luger School of Global and International Studies at IU Bloomington. But this facility will help each campus engage in programming, as we are asking each of them to think about how they can utilize this space for opportunities for their students and faculty spanning from a couple days in the district to an entire semester. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions and request your approval.
Thank you, Zach. Do we want to move on to the
recommendation?
Yeah, recommendation, then we'll come back with questions. So Cody, staff recommendation.
Yeah, so the Budget and Productivity Committee reviewed and approved to move forward to the full commission for vote. And staff does recommend approval for this project.
Okay, thank you. Any comments, questions from anyone? Or additional comments, Mike, from your standpoint?
Quick comment.
Yeah, Bill.
It seems like it's a saving, financially, it's increasing the presence, it's more efficient, easier for the students, and it can't hurt to have more Hoosiers in Washington. So I think I'm in favor of this.
Amen to that.
Yeah,
I was just gonna-
this is Larry. I didn't understand completely why you need this building or what you're trying to accomplish with the students or the relationship with the feds. Could you elaborate a little more as to what the end result is as far as the impact on the students?
That's a really good question, Larry. So, right now we've got a couple leases with apartment complexes in DC, and those are costly and they don't provide a lot of beds. And so the fact that IU will be able to basically have residential housing as a part of this facility is a game changer, because it will allow more students an opportunity to come to DC. So if you're in a residence hall at IU, you can transfer that agreement to this building. And so it'll be more seamless, and it'll make it easier for students to be able to come to DC and have an amazing opportunity, whether that's working on the Hill in a congressional office with a nonprofit or NGO. There's just limitless opportunities and huge upsides for our students. We are not the first university to do this. As many of you might know, who have other universities have spaces or buildings in DC, as the federal government and other offices have come available. Universities have taken the opportunity to expand their footprint in the district to, again, allow opportunities for students and faculty to have an impact in the national, international conversation.
I was just going to highlight my understanding from the meeting, Budget and Productivity Committee meeting, that this is also a more not just efficient, but it is saving money on the existing leases. Like this will
Correct.
save IU
Correct.
money.
Yeah, it's not, when you make it in apples to apples, we're saving about 300,000 in terms of the student housing. If we were to replicate what we're paying for a very small amount of beds to the 40 beds, plus our office space that the federal relations team, we have 2 full-time staffers who do all of the lobbying efforts to the federal government, whether that's the executive branch and the members of Congress. Their lease in a different building, they'll be located in this building. We'll save roughly $300,000 a year by having this facility.
Zach, I may have missed this in the reading materials, and I'm sure it varies from semester to semester or summer or whatever, but what's typically the number of students that you might have out there at any point in time? And I would imagine this probably will lead to more potential students.
Yeah, I don't have the number specifically, Dan. I could probably get that for you, but I mean, O'Neill's always had a presence,
right,
and we only have so many houses or beds for them. And so that a lot of those students have to find something on their own. And so this really, again, if you're a first gen student who really wants a DC experience but has no idea how to do it, this is going to really make it seamless for students and just a huge upside for IU.
Yeah, thank you. Makes sense.
Just a couple of points. One is, I see on page 9, there are a number of indications of a $2 million number that are backed up by in writing numbers like $750,000. There's some typos on page 9. So to look at that, but I just like to say I'm going to vote no on this because it's a $54 million decision. And the first I heard of this $54 million decision was yesterday. And the materials that, when I asked for materials, the materials I got were basically a statement, we want to do this. And this just in the last 3 minutes is the first time I've heard anything about the number of students who might be using the facility, the idea that it might be saving money. Very simple question, how many students are there right now? No answer. And so this isn't necessarily particular to this project, but it's a $54 million decision, and I'm not comfortable voting for it with the information that I have right now.
Okay, any other comments, questions, concerns?
I would just, this is Mike Alley again, and I certainly respect your perspective. I would just say that we did have a very thorough and extensive discussion at the Budget and Productivity Committee. So I know that may not have been available, or you weren't privy to participating in that, or you're welcome to, but you weren't. But anyway, it is full. It has been fully vetted in my thought. I think as we reviewed this, I think key things that our committee noted was that the impact it is going to have on students and the greater efficiency and enhancement of the programs of Indiana University for students, and then also the financial savings by consolidating these leases was another key attribute. I think the other thing to think of is the funds for this are coming from operating funds and not from a designated capital allotment from the legislature.
Mike, I might
But
also add, because of the housing, some of it will also come from the residents who are paying for their housing. So it'll be a mix, and that will change as more students stay. But yes, a mix of operating and auxiliary funds through residential.
Yep, exactly. Good point.
Ted, I appreciate your concern here, and we've talked about this in the past, obviously, at recent meetings around how information gets to the commission members, when, in what form, and that sort of thing. And with the changes around leadership and all that, there were a couple of working committees that we had talked about establishing, which we will. We're just trying to, I think it's taken a little bit of a back burner as we move to leadership changes within the organization. So rest assured, it's a very good point. But I also would reiterate Mike's comments about the role of our committees, our subcommittees that do the deeper dive work, whether it be capital, budget and capital, or whether it be academic programs.
Respecting that, would it be possible to get the minutes or whatever information that they looked at? That something like that, I think would have been very helpful to me.
It's a good suggestion. Yeah. Okay. Any other comments, concerns? I would entertain a motion for approval of this lease agreement. Second. Thank you. All in favor, say aye, please. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same.
No.
Any abstentions?
Yes,
Okay.
Larry. This is Larry. I'm abstaining. I don't question that you're doing this more efficiently, but I question why you're doing it at all. So I'll abstain. I don't have enough information, so I'll abstain.
Okay, thank you, Larry. Thank you. I think that's probably worth further communication about why. I think a lot of us can understand and appreciate that, but obviously not everybody does. So it would be perhaps good to follow up with everyone around kind of a broader description of what you're doing and what you plan to do.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. We now have 8 capital projects for expedited action. So turn it back to Cody.
Thank you, sir. So we do have 8 capital projects for expedited action. These were also reviewed at the Budget and Productivity Committee and approved to move forward to the full commission. All of these projects are with Purdue University, 7 of which are classified as R&R or repair and rehabilitation projects. These use a combination of operating reserves and auxiliary funds, as well as regional deferred maintenance funds in order to fund. These include roof replacement at Young Hall on the West Lafayette campus, a condensate polisher installation at the Wade Utility Plant, also on the West Lafayette campus, a heating and cooling system improvement project in Stanley Coulter Hall, a series of regional deferred maintenance projects at Purdue's Fort Wayne and Northwest campuses, the masonry renovation at the Hicks Undergraduate Library, ceiling tile replacement at the Elliott Hall of Music on the West Lafayette campus, and a chiller cleaning system at Purdue West Lafayette. So for context, also R&R projects such as these that reach that $2 million threshold come before the commission for review and can get that expedited action. There's also an 8th project, which is the purchase of a building for the Purdue Indianapolis location. This project will be a similar product and resource to students as the Kroc Leadership Center on the West Lafayette campus, if you're familiar with that, where we'll have house library space and other student resources such as a testing center. So again, these are reviewed and approved to move forward to the full commission for a vote. Staff recommends approval for all of these projects.
Thank you, Cody. Mike, any specific comments from you as chair of the committee regarding the deliberations, discussions around those 8 projects?
No, nothing further than what Cody shared. You know, again, we reviewed these and fully vetted these at our meeting on September the 4th and recommend approval. And I would make the motion to approve.
Okay, thank you, Mike. I'll take that as a motion for approval, the expedited actions. Can I have a second?
Second. I'll second.
Thank you very much. Any comments, questions around any of these projects? Okay, hearing none. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, the final budget item is our commission procurement policy, as was referenced by Mike. So Brooke, I think, is going to lead us through that.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, commission members. As Mike said in his introduction, as the agency does an audit of some of its procurement policies with Senate Enrolled Act 5 being passed, we found some opportunities to clean up some of the language, very minor in details. This can be found on page 65 of your agenda. Some technical details, removal of the definition of utilities, stating a preference for payment by invoice. The biggest clarification that we have is on page 70 of your agenda, where we would like to, or the staff is recommending that we replace the word expenditure with purchase, and then also specify that the threshold is going to be increased to $500,000, which would be in line with state code, as well as clarify that commission approval is only needed when not a planned expense. And so as we looked through the records of how the policy was written, it was intended for the commission only to vote on those expenses that were not included in the spend plan. I'm happy to answer any questions, but the staff does recommend for approval. Yes, Kathy.
I was just curious, why are utilities stricken? I mean, we're leasing, so is that just because the rental includes utilities?
Great question. Yes, our lease agreement includes all of the utility costs, and we have now a separate, and it specifically referenced telephone landlines, and it was just sort of an outdated reference. We decided to clean up the language. Thank you.
And then one last one. The change about paying with an invoice. Have we been paying without invoices?
Again, great. No, we always pay by invoice. We just wanted to make sure it was fully stated in the procurement policy as we went through an audit that we submitted to the state budget agency. So when we do make any future revisions, this will be a clean document.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, very helpful, Brooke. Any other questions, comments?
Just really quickly, Mr.
Hello. Well,
Just very quickly, Mr. Chairman, I think those of you who've been on the commission now for a little while know that over the past year to year and a half, we've been trying to do a lot of cleanup, whether that's in bylaws, policies, and so forth. And yes, some of it is for operating purposes today, but it's also for that continuity as well. And here we face that in, a matter of 3 weeks. So I think those of you who've been, involved on the commission on this board for some time realize that, especially for those of you who are newer. And if you see things, obviously think of things that ought to be getting attention, let the staff know.
great, thank you. So I would entertain a motion for approval of the modified procurement policy as presented by Brooke.
So moved.
So
Thank
second,
Thank you very much. Any other questions, comments? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Hi.
Aye.
Opposed? Oh, sorry, opposed, same. Okay, very good. Approved. Thank you very much, Brooke. All right, where are we here? Let's see. Yes, we're moving ahead into the academic affairs items, and as we do so, we're going to turn to Chairman Bland for any comments to start us off here.
Yes, sir. Thank you. The Academic Affairs and Quality Committee met on August the 25th, and I'd say we had a great conversation. We have some programs there that we recommend going forward for as expedited items. And I will say, in talking about these items that are on the expedited agenda, I just want to note in respect that Dr. Castronova that he did recuse himself from discussion and voting on that topic. And so again, I appreciate him for that. So we'll present this for expedited item, and then we'll turn it over to Mr. Butler to then discuss the other items. We had a great meeting. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Dennis. Matt, I think we are, sorry. We'll look to you. We have 5 programs for expedited action, so turn it over to you to take us through those.
Thank you, Chairman Bland and Chairman Peterson. Yes, we have 4 degree program proposals for expedited action from IU Bloomington. All are through the media school, except 2 are through a partnership with another peer school on campus. The first is the Bachelor of Science in Public Relations. This is a part of a major reorganization of the media school's offerings to pull out a very large concentration within their Bachelor's of Arts in Journalism, which is a large degree program of 450 majors. The concentration is 220. They expect the majority of the students to migrate over, so viability is almost assured. Same holds true for the Bachelor of Science in Media Advertising. This is a split off in a way from their Bachelor of Arts in Media, which is a very large program of 1,600 majors. There's about 700 of these concentrators. They expect all of them to migrate over. Again, viability is likely assured. And then 2 interdisciplinary joint partnerships, the one Hamilton Luger School for International Studies and the Media School for a Bachelor of Science in Global Media. And then a Master of Science in Media Leadership and Business, which is a partnership, as you might expect, between the Kelley School of Business and the Media School. I'd also note that this is rather analogous to a Master's in Science in the Business of Biotechnology, which the Commission approved earlier this year for Indiana University, Indianapolis. Those are the 4. And then for Indiana University, Indianapolis is a Bachelor of Science in Biomedical Sciences. This is somewhat of a rework because the institution is suspending their Masters of Science in Interdisciplinary Studies. Many of the students who took that were doing life science-esque pursuits for likely pre-med or pre-dental, especially their bachelor's to MD program. They're sunsetting that, and then they expect this to stand up. They expect most of those pre-med students to migrate over to this interdisciplinary biomedical science program. So
Very good, thank you. I would entertain a motion before we get to questions. Let me entertain a motion for approval of the expedited actions as described by Dr. Butler.
So move.
Thank you. A second? Someone? We heard it. Okay, sorry. Thank you. Now we'll open it up. Questions, comments?
I do have a question. On the first item, Bachelor of Science in Public Relations to be offered by IU Bloomington. I find it interesting that on June 30th in our suspended programs on page 10, that the MA in Public Relations was suspended. Now, this is at Indianapolis. So if in fact the explanation that the DWD, Department of Workforce Development, categorizes public relations managers and specialists as a 4-star and 3-star occupation, why would you cancel it in IU Indy and then create a brand new one in IU Bloomington? That doesn't make sense.
It's a good question. Matt, do you have an answer, or Zach, or anybody else from?
Kathy, you said that I the master's program in Indy.
Search.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, this is a bachelor's program.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
It's a master's. It is a master's program, but if in fact public relation managers are considered a 4 or 3-star occupation, usually people with masters are going up in management. So for me, that doesn't make sense.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, I don't know why IU Indianapolis made the decision to suspend that program. It could have been a variety of factors. There might not have been student interest in it, therefore they considered it wasn't viable. I don't know if there were faculty considerations. I would defer to them. I don't want to speak on their behalf.
I took objection to this in the meeting simply because, not that reason, but in our efforts to streamline our degree programs, that we're adding another segmentation of a degree program that is in a larger funnel. And I took a opposition as well.
And I'd like to even take it further, that we're adding 4 new in these areas. Yet, again, we canceled, and they're all in person, on campus only. Okay, so I have a problem with that because we canceled the BS in Public Affairs in Indiana Northwest. And we also suspended the BA and BS in Journalism, Media, and Strategic Communication in IU Southeast. So we're putting it all in Bloomington, that's great, but what about these others that they were canceled? If it is in fact a top projected job area, why are we suspending and then creating new and then not making it available virtual?
Commissioner Caballo, I would say that looking perhaps at some of the regional campuses, there might not have been enough student enrollment or demand for particular degree programs. I can't speak to that. As for the virtual or distance education options of the media schools programming at IU Bloomington, I think for the most part, all of their programs are in-person, traditional on-campus experiences. But I don't know if if some of these programs perhaps in the future could be offered, what IU offers are called online multi-campus collaboratives. And that's how a lot of their regional campuses serve students with programs that they just couldn't probably provide on their own. When it comes to some of these particular ones, I would defer to the IU representatives on that. And then if I also for Pepper's comment, I would say that we should look at that IU Bloomington did significant reorganizations during the period for voluntary early action. And there should be credit for that. And that if they're going to do other things in terms of adding new degree programs, they're in response to student demand. They're in response to evolving multidisciplinary, evolving industry trends, evolving workforce trends. And with several of these, the student demand is there. They're splitting off concentrations that are very popular, and that I would say just in isolation before I would have approached this issue, should have been some variation of standalone degree, such as I would probably never have thought of public relations being a concentration within a journalism degree, but it was. And then the other is advertising being just within their more general media. So that I think is another important consideration.
I guess to me, there's just some questions here. It just, I want to go back to the date, to the fact that if DWD says they're projected, a high occupations, then why would we not want to at least make it available to all the IU campuses?
Can we ask for a formal response to that question? I think it's really valid in transition and planning, not just a response for why it is, but what's the plan going forward when this happens to occur? Because it will continue to.
I agree, because I'm keeping this list. Thank you for printing it for us at our June 3rd or July meeting. I keep it and I'm comparing, and I will continue to do that. Any new that comes through, any new academic, program, I'm going to look, say, did we delete it? Then what are we doing?
Well, I think we need to realize each campus is unique in some respects. And perhaps, as indicated, maybe there's not student demand. Maybe they're not prepared to offer this in a virtual environment. I certainly do not want to do anything to discourage any of the campus from, eliminating a program if it's not achieving what it was originally designed to do on any of the campuses, despite it may be viable on another campus. So I don't want to put unreasonable burden to reduce the number of programs being eliminated.
I agree with that, but my comment about asking for formal requests was to the use of virtual to make the transition easier. And I'm speaking from some experience, not huge amount, but some in First District with IU Northwest is one example. It's a challenged area in general. And I do wonder from time to time whether or not we're maximizing our use of technology to be able to provide the full board, or if it's some sort of an issue internal to the institution causing that to not be the case. And if that's so, that's an issue that needs to be addressed. And so I think having a response to the question that way in writing so we can start real dialogue and get to a solution and a pathway forward would be the way to go. Because it is the balancing act of efficiency. I agree with what the comment that was just made, where you don't want to shut something down arbitrarily just for the sake of having it. We need to be cost effective, but if technology can provide it and the only issue is territorial, then we need to look at it. I think that's probably what we're talking about.
Bill, are you stating we could move forward with the action, but also ask for a formal response, or?
I think that's the case. Yeah, I mean, that's how I personally feel. So long as we can get to a solution, it's pointed enough toward that, and we're firm in our requirement to respond and get to a solution that addresses this problem effectively.
Yeah, I felt maybe just to kind of state this in a different way and with a question, not a comment necessarily. From my takeaway from your concerns, Kathy, and I think they're very valid, the inconsistencies with what you're looking at, as you pointed out, we don't have a good answer to that. And at this point in time, I think they're valid questions regarding those other programs. I don't think you're questioning necessarily programs that are put forth here, because from my perspective, I know, Pepper, I appreciated your comments in the committee meeting as well as here. I felt like the department and the university did a really pretty good job of explaining the rationale for why they were splitting these out in a different way. Thought they were student driven and demand driven based on the market for jobs out there as much as anything. So I guess that's a question of, are we okay moving forward with these, but with the expectation that we would like to get some clear explanation from IU regarding these other questions that I think are really valid. And again, kind of a good test case for, again, other types of thinking and questioning that will happen at future meetings regarding some of these things. So I don't know if I explained it well or not, but is that kind of where people's heads are?
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, of course. Yes, sir.
I was just gonna say, as we think about this conversation, I'm not certain it's as much a matter of inconsistency as much as it is a matter of us understanding new territory and new terrain around which and through which we're all trying to adjust. So I just think there's going to be a lot of movement, a lot of shifts. This is all very dynamic. So as Mike stated earlier, here's the university that's reacting to a new legislation. Here is that academic affairs committee was trying to adjust. Here's staff is trying to adjust on the fly. And all this is just very new. So we're really in the first inning of a game. And all I know is that within the parameters of the academic and affairs committee, here's the charge, here are the responsibilities. We did think we did that. And in fact, I was intrigued by a number of these programs. And I just think now there's parameters going forward we have to consider or adjust so that we can vet these differently or ask for additional information. But I just think right now, I defer to Mike Alley's point. These universities understand what they're doing. And if they don't, they're accountable for it. And we're just trying to adjust as they present it to us to ultimately give programming that they think is best for their students.
Yeah,
And that's
Mr.
how
Lurie,
we.
yeah, I certainly agree with Dennis. There's a lot of intelligent people at IU and they understand the situation much more broadly than we do. And so that's what they're asking for. And I think we'd be derelict in not approving it. That's certainly we can ask for more information, but I think we ought to approve it and move on.
Quickly, this caution won't be probably popular or most warmly received, but my reservation is adding programs based on student demand as the pinnacle of what drives that, because students also want kinetics and degrees and sports marketing and sports this and their interests and the job market are typically two different dynamics. I don't want us to go back to the days of underwater basket weaving degrees. And I just am concerned that a student interested in this discipline could be well served, better served in a broader curriculum that gives them acumen in various types of positions within that same hierarchy. That's where I come from.
Okay. Other comments?
I just want to make sure, and not to beat this to death, but I think there's an issue, a bigger issue that, and forgive me if I'm misinterpreting what you're saying, Kathy, but this issue of are we trying everything given the tools we have to accommodate some change for people who are in outlying areas and don't have the ability to physically be present. And so I think that's probably bigger than this. So yes, to be more clear, I think we could move forward, but that is a point that needs to be stressed and answered and addressed as a foundational principle, I think. Is that fair? Is that a fair characterization of what you were concerned about?
Yes, that's one of the concerns, but I am concerned about the first one that, we suspended an MA in Indianapolis. Indianapolis Bloomington is not very different. Why would we? I don't understand the logic. I don't understand what happened there. And so that's where I'm just, but yes, I agree that, to me, if the numbers weren't, supported in Indianapolis, what makes this, I just have some questions, but overall, yes, I agree. We need to make sure we're using technology and making sure that we're serving as many as we can. And in this day and age, technology is it's a commodity. So why would we have to be in person to attend everything, or at least not have an option? That's all.
So Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, can we stress test these in the future against that and get a formal response and have the ability to move forward today at the same time? Is that possible?
See if I can do this without feedback. Absolutely. I was sitting here, I was going to say something before Dennis did. I must have been channeling my inner Dennis here. And think that's good. Yeah, as I observed this, I wanted to reflect on a couple of things for all of you. First of all, I love this discussion. This is what you ought to be doing. Period. This is what you should be doing. This is a brand new policy. As you may recall, you may or may not recall, Senate Enrolled Act 448, which brought most of this forward, charges us with looking at completions, supply, demand, debt, placements, and wages, 3510 or 13510, I can't recall, in the long term. And then House Enrolled Act 1001 had the provision specifically regarding the number of years, the cycle of it, and then thresholds and so forth. My point in saying that is this is a brand new policy that we brought forward to the General Assembly and hasn't been stress tested in other states. Y'all are getting to do that live, which is part of the reason I just sat here and thought this is a great discussion. I don't know if it made anybody uncomfortable. It shouldn't. This is the kind of discussion you should have. And the two things that I was picking up on specifically, and my guess is your list will grow beyond the things that I referenced, are the abilities to use technology. And what I'm going to frame that I was picking up from you, Kathy, as the consideration of the ecosystem here in Indiana. Y'all have charge for the ecosystem of higher education here in Indiana. And frankly, we're only talking about the public side of it here. We're not delving even into the independent side of it. But how does that look from an economic, total economic landscape, the entire ecosystem, all of which is just to say, one, personally, I hope, you do move forward with this one today. Maybe I'm not supposed to say it, Mr. Chairman, but I'll say it. But more importantly, how does this conversation, the future ones you have, edify this evolving policy? And then, then at the program, what I think of as implementation of the policy level, that Matt and others are going to lead, how do we take that into consideration and go, okay, those are two. My guess is in 2 months, you'll have some other things. You go, oh my gosh, I should have had a VA. We should be thinking about this also in these discussions. So I won't be around to do that. I'll be out in the cheap seats. Yeah, I mean, I think that's exactly what you're supposed to be doing right now, is saying, hey, this is all new landscape. Frankly, I think it's been done remarkably well so far by the institutions, in spite of some arrows some of them have taken, has been done remarkably well. But there's just going to be growing to this. And I hope when I listen in on you in a year, there are other variables that you're just, routinely addressing in this, because it's got so much potential.
A question for future meetings. Would it be wise to have, if we're gonna have some of these expedited opportunities, wise to have a representative here, or at least available via Zoom or whatever, to help answer some of those questions? And they're available and they present in the meeting, in the committee meeting. So just wondering if that might have been able to be helpful for some of Kathy's questions, if we had representation here.
If I may, Ken, we'll work with our academic affairs team on getting you guys the specific answers to Kathy's question. So we'll get that to you. I don't have it readily available. And obviously a complex organization, 9 campuses, very different demographics at each, different missions of each. And so some of that comes into the management of the whole multi-campus system that we're operating.
Absolutely. Wouldn't expect you to, and would be amazed if you did have those answers. But let's just say this goes a different direction, and we don't have a vote. I know these programs are counting on probably waiting to print things and get things in motion. And if our vote was no, and it still could be, but if our vote was no, it could put a real damper on things if they're kind of counting on this. So just trying to mitigate risk in the future.
And I think it's one of probably a number of examples of how we should prepare to deal with this going forward. And I think Dennis, your points about this is also new. We really need to kind of learn as we go, and obviously predict as many opportunities as possible to make sure we're doing this effectively. So Matt, it's obvious we're turning to you, I think, as our leader on this, to given all these comments, try and figure out how do we weave in the types of thoughts that need to be more clearly brought to the surface when we entertain these, and whether that includes having representatives, at the meetings or not. That practically, that may be a challenge to have everybody that you need at a meeting, but who knows? I think it's a good idea. So we'll leave it to you to come back to us with the right suggestions around how to best do this, and we'll, again, continue to learn from that. So unless there's any other comments on the topic, I would entertain a motion for approval of the expedited, the 5 expedited action. Oh, sorry.
Just a point of procedure, if we could separate the media school, the vote on the media school things from the others so that I can abstain.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, good point. So it's the original 4 that Matt talked about that are listed in there are related to the media school in Bloomington. So thank you, Ted. Very good. Let's go ahead and consider those. So I'd entertain a motion for the approval of those first 4 items through the media school.
So moved.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other comments, questions? All right, all in favor, say aye.
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 Oppositions? Abstentions?
Abstain.
Pepper and Ted.
And
Oh, I'm sorry, and Kathy. Okay. All right, very good. Thank you. And again, thank you for that. It's excellent discussion and really important to not take those things for granted by all means. So, and then, I'm sorry, then the follow-up, we have one other item on IU Indianapolis on the biotechnology program. So I would entertain a motion for that approval.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other comments, questions on that one? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed?
An aye for me. Sorry, I had to get my mic on.
No worries. Thanks, Nancy. No opposed. Any abstentions on that one? Okay, very good. Thank you all for a good discussion. Let's see here. We are now moving on to, we're moving on to a K-12 and post-secondary transitions.
Did you still have items? I have that brief presentation.
Oh, I missed that. I'm sorry. Yes, sorry about that. Yes, sorry, Matt. Overview and preview of the academic program review process. Very appropriate. And maybe we should end this first. Yeah, that's a good point.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Thank you, commissioners. No action item today, except for the degree proposals we just considered. This one has to do with just providing a brief overview and preview of our multiple academic program review responsibilities that were assigned to the commission this past session in 2 different pieces of legislation. And I can skip forward, but it might be also easier for you just to follow along in your handouts. And I know you've heard this before, and it's a quick reminder, and they each have different metrics, so to speak, or cadences, but I believe we should see them all as complementary, even though they're working at different overlapping cycles, those being annual, every 7 years, and every 10 years. The annual being the under threshold programs, which we've talked about quite a bit. Kathy brought up when we addressed them in depth back in July when we visited Madison. That being the 3-year rolling average graduate thresholds. That is a program review in and of itself. Also, House Enrolled Act 1001, back of the budget language, required our state institutions to conduct their own program reviews at least every 7 years. We know the institutions already do this. Some of them do it on an even tighter schedule. And then the commission was also charged in 448 to do its own 10-year commission review. So that would mean Every program that was extant or pre-existing before July 1st needs to be reviewed by July 2035. And then obviously the 10-year cycle for them keeps moving forward. So with that in mind, I wanted to give a brief overview. I think we all remember the thresholds, the 10, the 15, the 7, the 3, and the 3, have that up there. And then a quick reminder also on the 7-year institutional reviews. Institutions were specified to, in very broad terms, having to consider enrollment, qualitative data, quantitative data, and then have improvement and adjustment recommendations and findings. Institutions pretty well do this already, but they also need to submit these to the commission. And so we've been talking with the institutions on how to streamline this, and the hope being that what they would send us would be a packaged executive summary with the findings, with all the relevant data. There's lots of paperwork that goes up to the point, such as a self-study, many things that would just be overwhelming on our end and perhaps wouldn't be that useful. And part of that also being is that we would want to synchronize those because they're on a shorter or more frequent cadence than the 10 years, is that we could have, starting this year and next, have our 10-year reviews be synchronized and piggyback immediately the 7 years. That way we can ensure there's not much duplicative effort. There's no point in people running to do another assessment or get more data. That way we have the most timely data, we have the most timely findings and recommendations, and the commission can then review that program review, conduct its own program review right on top of it, and then either confirm, add, revise, say recommendations or findings as needed. Part also of 448 was in broad terms, and it was a new section of the code. It wasn't within the review section, was that the commission needed to outline a process for, and these 4 words were lifted from the statute. They are in it: monitoring, improvement, suspension, and closure. And then another aspect we have to do is we have to build a dashboard to ensure accountability and transparency. So this is more a preview of those sorts of things and what we've been thinking in academic affairs, what we spoke about at the most recent quarterly academic officers meeting, and just ongoing conversations with the academic leadership of our state institutions. And so with that in mind, and just broad brushstrokes, what we see for each of those 4 responsibilities, monitoring, we will focus on the viability of the program, but most importantly, the quality and the student outcomes of it. And we'll be doing that obviously with the annual reviews for under threshold programs, but then we will also be doing it piggybacking on the 7-year reviews and the 10-year reviews. And then also, I think as we evolve this, we perhaps will have some ways in which there could be red flags or triggers in which a 10-year review could come much sooner if there are issues that come to light. And the reason why we do monitoring is, of course, to improve, and that could be improving the viability, and it could also be improving quality and student outcomes through the incorporation of certain programmatic features that we know are high impact in student serving and responsive. The next would be suspension. A suspension, as we well know, is when a program stops admitting new students. It can go through a major reorganization, or it stops admitting new students, so it can close down, and it goes on a glide path through a teach out before it is closed when there are no students in it. So the final step being for certain programs in which they have outlived their purpose or they're no longer viable would be a closure, so also called elimination when we use our routine staff action lingo. And just to move along, because we're, I think, a little bit behind. So for monitoring, I'd say first, besides the annual, the 7-year and 10-year, I want to stress there's the upfront. And going forward with our new program approval process, which we had the commission consider and approve at our July meeting with our new application packet for both degree programs and credit-bearing certificates of 13 credit hours or more. We are looking at specific measures that were in 448. We're looking at multiple programmatic features like work-based learning and experiential learning requirements, the opportunity for embedded stackable credentials, many other things in terms of career exploration, career advising that's informed with timely labor market information. And then, as I said, then we've got the annual, the 7-year and the 10-year. Wouldn't want to revisit too much of that. But part of the thing that will help with the monitoring will be that the dashboard that we have coming will have the 7-year reviews from the institutions on it. I envision also that it would tell you if we've got a tentative calendar, which we're trying to build with the institutions, because as you can imagine, they put out their program review calendars years in advance. They're subject to change, of course, but these things are pretty well mapped out. So I would like to see that when we do post this dashboard, someone could say, oh, Bachelor's of Science in X has its review next year, and a Bachelor's of Science in Y is in 2 years. Oh, and Z was done this year, and we've got a link to it. So we'd have a link to what the institution submitted to the commission, and we'd have ideally a link of the commission's finding as well, its review. So I think that would be important monitoring for all concerned. And then when it comes to improvement, again, I think there's the upfront about our new program approval process, but then there's also the possibility for routine staff actions in which institutions can proactively merge, consolidate their programs, or suspend programs for a major curricular reorganization. We have our annual under threshold reviews. Again, we don't just consider, this is something to reiterate again from July, we're not just considering whether you meet the graduate threshold. There are many other things that are kept in mind. I believe Chairman Peterson used nuance, and at the July commission meeting, yes, there are the programmatic features, there are the outcomes, there are the mission related aspects of a program that need to be considered, not just say a stark threshold of graduates. And then of course, institutions working with internally, working with external examiners, with accreditation agencies, they will incorporate some of the latest findings and recommendations to improve their programs for their 7-year reviews. And then for the 10 years as well, we can help drive that further. And then I don't want to belabor suspension again, but always ongoing. We have institutions that are suspending programs on a regular basis. It's not just something that comes along with legislation. It is something they do as they curate their offerings. That could be a possible outcome of some of the annual reviews. And of course, it could become an outcome of some of the 7 and 10-year reviews. And then of course, closure can be the ultimate outcome of a suspension running its course. Or we have seen, and institutions know well, that there are just some courses that don't have any enrollments, and it's time perhaps to close them down and refocus efforts elsewhere. So looking at timelines, this is a preview. This is what we have, our planning is that at the October A&Q meeting, we'll present a far more developed and built out program and plan for this in terms of procedures and policies. And I'm certainly not artistic, and I'm also not tech savvy, but we'll try to have a design concept for a dashboard. I have ideas, and I've talked with Commissioner Lowry on things I'd like to see on it, but how that could be intuitively and visually pleasing. I'll work with our staff, and also welcome to any suggestions from commissioners or institutions on how to do that. And then what comes out of the A&Q committee meeting, hopefully through discussion, there will be some revisions and changes that we'll then present that at the November commission meeting. So we can hopefully get these along. And as I would say again, with institutions that are doing their, what I call them 7-year review, they might be on a different, but when statutorily, there will be institutions completing their 7-year reviews, say this year, how we can best harness those to be kind of the first cohort or the first test case for this this winter or going into very early spring next year. So, and then finally, we are currently undergoing a definite review process, and that is the under threshold degree program review, which we discussed again in July. And I just wanted to bring you up to date on that. And also, this was communicated to the academic officers at the August quarterly meeting, but we already sent out what we called the preliminary analysis to the institutions, and that was flagging all of their programs that, based on our CHED's degree conferral data for FY 22, 23, 24, the 3-year average for that period, if it fell below the statutory threshold for that degree type, say they only had an average of 10 degrees for a bachelor's program or 7 degrees for an associate program, they were flagged. It also flagged newer programs. We call those in ramp up period. They were flagged, and then the older programs were flagged. We sent that to the institutions. They are working to compare that internally with their numbers. There are several things we put in place in which they could say, oh, this might be wrong, or this needs to be changed, this and that. We are working on that. Their responses are due tomorrow, close of business tomorrow. We've already received one institutions, and that was a very good sort of test case, and that went pretty smoothly. So looking forward to the other 6. And then we have a little bit of grace period in which we can go back and forth to work out any differences or issues. And then the hope is to no later than October 6th, send the true final mutual consensus list. Real redundancy there, mutual and consensus, but I like it. Mutual consensus list of programs that absolutely need to request approval to continue. That'll be its own sort of list to be memorialized in and of itself, but it'll also be embedded into what we're calling an approval request template. That will be a spreadsheet, but it will have different sheet tabs for associate, bachelor's, master's, education specialist program, doctoral, and they can work across, moving across the columns to fill in the necessary information. That will be due November 7th. Then staff will work through those, and we hope to schedule meetings with the institution's academic leadership to discuss the staff recommendations the first week of December. And we will then get those staff recommendations to the AAQ committee a week before the actual AAQ committee, if not earlier. And that meeting is scheduled for December 15th. The AAQ committee will approve and amend those recommendations, and then they will go to the full commission before all of you in January for additional discussion, approval or amendments and consideration. So I wanted to outline that, and happy to take any questions or comments.
Thank you for the work, by all means. I mean, I think it's evident how complex the mapping of all this work is to meet the requirements of the legislation that created these and do it with fidelity. So thank you. Very complex for sure. And I know we look forward to progress there for your timelines. So any questions, comments? I'm sorry, Dennis.
Yes, sir. As we close out on behalf of the Academic Affairs and Quality Committee, just going back to the prior conversation. Number one, I just want to appreciate, as you said, Mr. Chair, Dr. Butler and his outstanding work in navigating these new changes. A lot of complexity, a lot of confusion. And then with that, I also want to compliment him again back to Commissioner Lowry for having the prescience and actually hiring him for such a time as this. Probably said if I knew they were going to do this, maybe I would have reconsidered.
We're in this together, Chairman.
So I really want to appreciate the both of you because you've done a yeoman's job and been just mastering all this stuff in a short turnaround. But then also point number 2, I just want to appreciate the whole idea of vetting. I know Mike Alley said that earlier, but we really are looking at these in these committees. And I know Pepper had mentioned earlier about her not wanting underwater basket weaving. True, we don't either. And hence the vetting process that's happening in these committees. In fact, I will say, and maybe on record, if they're keeping notes, when they were going through these different programs that we just placed on the expedited item list, my comment to the group was, I wish I had a chance to go through undergraduate study again because I would have wanted to take some of these programs. So my sense was some of those program offerings were really setting people up for not just success, but setting people up to really help people in a market in a changing environment and a changing economy and a changing geopolitical world. It just seemed like a lot of these people were being, if they had the right professor, they were really being set up to make some great contributions. And then last and final comment is, in light of all the dynamic change, you see all the vetting, the suspensions, I mean, that all that Matt went through beautifully. If this works well, it may mean some people are offended, because that's what scrutiny does oftentimes. Scrutiny will actually end up meaning some people are being left out. But because there was a finer level of examination than things that would have gotten through, it doesn't happen. So that will come with all this dynamic and all this change in environment. My recommendation would be, if it's okay with the chair, and I think it's always been a standing invitation, but in these dynamic times, please feel free, if you're not on the Academic Affairs and Quality Committee, to sit in on these meetings. Because yes, you get a chance to see the entire ecosystem. So it's not just these programs being put forward, but as Dr. Butler said, here are all the schools that are voluntarily saying, here's our current list of programs that we're discontinuing. Here's the current status of programs. So you just get an opportunity to see everything that's at work. So again, thank you, Dr. Butler, and thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Chris.
Thanks, Dennis, very much. Appreciate your comments. Chris, I think you said you had something.
Yes, just a quick comment. Commission members, since you last met in July, I had an opportunity to go to one of the few conferences that I don't like conferences. Let me just state that publicly. I don't know that I get much out of them oftentimes. There's one that I especially do. It's the SHIO Policy Conference in August. I was able to go to that between your last meeting and this meeting. And it was really cool, because my peers and folks who are on their teams were coming up to me constantly over 3 days and wanting to know about our degree program review and approval process. And I said, glad to tell you about it. They had read things, SHIO had pushed out information to them, some things in the media, as you may know, got some attention. And it was just an absolute delight to thank you for noting it too, Dennis, to brag on Matt Butler. Matt, as you probably tell, is just like this unflappable, brilliant person. And full disclosure, he did know this was going to be at the heart of his work when we first began talking last fall, I think September or October. So yeah, here are the list of things you got to do. This is, like these, you have to do things. And by the way, this is then going to occupy the other 100% of your time. Here's 100%, and this is the other 100%. And I think he commented at one point, well, so what states are doing this? Where could we look? I said, none. Like, we get to build this thing. And, but, hats off to him, hats off, Mr. Chairman, to you and the AANQ committee for embracing this and saying, hey, let's go on this, because it is overdue. If you have forgotten, I'll remind you of 40% growth, call it proliferation, in degree programs nationally and yes, in our state since the early 2000s. No wonder students have a challenge selecting something. And without a interest or concern, so it seems, of going back and saying, what's the pulse? Let's check this. What's working well, what's not, and let's do something about it. It's just impressive. This is a case study on how to take big policy ideas, make them work, do the messy work, and really build in great results to serve the people you're charged with serving better. And hats off also to our partners at the institutions. This is heavy lifting, and I give them gratitude every day for doing so. So again, I love seeing this work go on, and the engagement of all of you on the commission. Dennis, your leadership, AANQ, and Matt, we would not be talking about this, folks, today, but for Matt Butler taking a hold of this, and frankly, not just leading for our state, but leading the nation in this work.
Thank you, Commissioner. Dr. Butler, thank you very much. Unless there are any other questions, Ted, yes.
I just want to verify, and I'm not sure if this goes to Dr. Butler or to Commissioner Lowry, but there's so much attention on what the legislature did in terms of establishing standards for enrollment levels. But this review is not just about enrollment levels, right? That's part of it, but it's reviewing lots of other things, including achievement, quality, connection with the workforce. Okay, just wanted to clarify.
Absolutely. And by the way, Ted, I wish you'd had a chance to serve with a former commission member too. Perhaps we'll make this happen. You'll be introduced to him, Chris Lamoth. One of her predecessors, there was not a commission meeting probably over his 12 or 14 years that he did not bring up quality. We had lunch earlier this week and we delved into this and yeah.
Good.
Yes, you're absolutely, yeah, no, I will make that happen. You would enjoy that because we all share that in common. And thanks for making sure that we're all having that front and center. That's what this thing's actually about.
Yeah, good clarification. Really appreciate that. Okay, thank you. Thank you again, Matt, for all your great work and your team. All right, now we're going to have a K-12 post-secondary transitions update from a cohort of folks, including Victoria Fair, Caitlin Mahoney, Doug Harder, and Kayla Walke. So I turn it over to you guys. Look forward to your presentation.
Mr. Chairman, as they come forward to do this, I'm going to make a couple of quick comments. First of all, with the exception of Caitlin, I think the average tenure for the other three is like a little over a year. And we endeavor to have folks on our team join you and present to you and share the good work that's going on at the commission. I'm just so thankful all four of them made it down here to do this, and more importantly, the work they're doing. And I want them to know, especially if anyone told you, hey, speed up your time because Lowry's next, don't speed up your time. This is one that I'll probably give, I can just give regularly anyway. So take your full allotment of time. What you've got to present is really important, and mine will squeeze in nicely before lunch.
Thank you, commission members, for allowing us to speak today. I'm Caitlin Mahoney. I'm currently the director for the Financial Aid Support Center, and I've been with the commission since November of 2018, so I've been here a while. We request that you save your questions for after our presentation. I'll just be going over our enrollment numbers for the 24-25 year. For the 29 cohort, which is the cohort that just became ninth graders, we enrolled 48,109 students. Out of that 48,441, a little over 441 were in our auto enrollment process. The others were a mixture of manual income applications, foster care, and legal guardianship. For 23 cohort, which are now eighth graders, we enrolled 43,198. Out of that, 41,704 were auto enrolled. And then auto enroll letters went out for our cohort of 2029s. They already went out and they started being received by families on September 3rd. As a reminder, to activate and utilize the full scholarship, students must create a ScholarTrack account, sign the Scholar Pledge, and complete their 12 Scholar Success Program tasks, meet the program graduation requirements. Currently, that is a minimum cumulative GPA of a 2.5 and a Core 40 diploma. For the 29 cohort and after, it's a 2.5 cumulative GPA and an Indiana diploma. They have to matriculate within 1 year of graduating high school, so there is a gap year built in after graduating, and they are required to meet the FAFSA deadline each year by April 15th.
Thank you, Caitlin. And that will bring us to the FAFSA for the 25-26 year. So this is just a brief recap of how that year went. My name is Victoria Fair. I'm the post-secondary transitions manager. You'll hear me talk twice. I'm going to pass it off and then come back. But just thinking about the FAFSA, so a little bit of the timeline. So this was a delayed rollout. not as delayed as the year prior, but still delayed a smidge. So in August, we heard from the Department of Education that they will do a beta testing period for the 25-26 FAFSA. That officially started in October. That included some invite-only rounds of beta to test the FAFSA forum, see if there was any bugs in the system. And then in November, towards the middle, November 18th, that opened up to all students and families. They could join the beta and test and see if they see any bugs as well. The official FAFSA released December 1st. Typically, it's an October 1st rollout, so we were about 2 months behind in that rollout for the 25-26 FAFSA. And then the Indiana state deadline was April 15th. Senate Enrolled Act 167 requires that seniors file the FAFSA unless they're effectively opted out. And students and their families can be opted out in one of three ways. That includes the school opting them out, the parent opting them out, or if the student is above 18, they can opt themselves out. Looking at kind of how did the completion go for 25-26. So we tracked this through the CHE completion dashboard. By April 15th, which is the Indiana state deadline, we had 55% of the class of 2025 that completed the FAFSA and 66% of 21st century scholars. And then we reassessed on June 30th, and that is when we actually hit the 60% goal of 60% of students filing FAFSA and 72% of 21st century scholars files. We do the FAFSA campaign in a variety of ways. That includes we go out to community partners and we host FAFSA filing days. So we go and we help students in real time. We also have our outreach coordinators who go to the schools and they help them during the day and help them file their part of the FAFSA. We also do mailings to students. So we say we get them at school. Now we're getting them at their mailboxes. So this is information on how to file directly to their home. And then new this year, we did a radio campaign. That was funded through our grant with the Richard M. Fairbanks Foundation. So not only, again, do we get them in their mailboxes at the schools, but also on their way to wherever they were going. So we'd like to think we hit them anywhere we could so they can have that information. And then we also did Facebook live streams. So we went live with InvestEd, one of our community partners, and we answered questions live as students and families commented. And then we did social media infographics and Learn More Indiana emails, which is actually when I'm going to pass it to Kayla to show a little bit more of that.
Hi, good morning. My name is Michaela Walkie. I am the content marketing specialist here at the commission. I'm super excited to get to show you a little bit of our FAFSA campaign and what it looked like for students, parents, and educators on all of our digital platforms. So specifically, if you're not familiar with our Learn More Indiana brand, it is the more friendly student, parent, educator facing aspect of the commission. It is our one-stop shop, as we like to call it, for resources, updates, for anything regarding scholarships, higher education, the 21st Century Scholars Program, and really anything in between that the commission hosts. It's more of a easily digestible place for families coming for their firsthand information. So this was the second year that we did the Destination FAFSA digital filing campaign.
Before we jump into the content, just want to do a quick audio check.
So this is the second year for our Destination FAFSA campaign. So it's specifically helping students go through their journey of filing the FAFSA from the very beginning of creating their account to what the application looks like, to how they can successfully file, and what happens if there's any mistakes or errors along the way. So it is mainly a social media and email campaign through Learn More Indiana. So we center our content and graphics focused on the students, the educators, and the counselors, also parents for support too, with application process details, openings, and the vocabulary, or just any additional tips that they might need to know or they might have questions about. They can kind of just go to Learn More and find that information firsthand. All of the social media posts were posted on Learn More Indiana's Facebook, Instagram, and X, or Twitter. And then the commission reposts some of the more important updates for the students. And then this ran with Victoria's timeline from the November 20th kind of beta still rolling out to the state deadline of April 15th. Going along with that, this was the first time ever that Learn More Indiana emails used a FAFSA specific email campaign template. So there was a specific campaign that was created in our Salesforce platform that was designed to look like all of the social media aspects so that the students, parents, and educators knew exactly what they were reading and everything was cohesive so that they were able to know, oh, this is a FAFSA email, I need to read this, or oh, this is different from other Learn More Indiana emails that I have been receiving. So we did a ton of emails this year, and it mainly focused around the updates for the application, along with reminders for filing. We used this, our Scholar Track data to figure out what students had filed or had not filed yet, possibly filed the wrong year or had edits that were needed. So we were able to continuously pull those data reports and send to the specific students that needed the updated information. So looking at the results of the campaign, around 26 graphics were made for all of the platforms. Views across all 3 Learn More Indiana pages were just over 52,000, and then nearly 20,000 of those accounts reached were from Facebook. We did almost 30 Learn More Indiana emails, and with the average open rate being 51%, and comparing that to last year's email campaign that wasn't necessarily FAFSA branded, it was just Learn More branded, was only 41%. And with that, I pass it on back.
Back. Thank you, Kayla. So just kind of switch topics. So now just some updates on Indiana pre-admissions as well as Indiana resident admissions and our enrollment ready campaign. So just to kind of a refresh, what is Indiana pre-admissions? This was an initiative started in 2023. So we are going into the 3rd year. Through this, what we do is we look at how can we encourage students to understand how many options are available to them post high school. So again, we're trying to enforce the value of higher education, looking at what their options are. We hear from a lot of students that once they get their information on Indiana pre-admissions, that they find a school they had never heard of. So this is our chance to really help educate them. So the difference, or something new, I should say, is what is Indiana resident admissions. This is part of the new Indiana high school diploma, specifically looking at the Enrollment Honors Plus seal. So students who earn this diploma seal will automatically be accepted into all Indiana public institutions. This was codified in Senate Enrolled Act 448, which on my next slide I'll kind of go into a little bit further. But private institutions also have the option to opt in. That is annual, so it's required for publics. Privates can opt in. This complements the Indiana pre-admissions, which is why it's all under one umbrella. So you'll see the communications are paired, and 41 institutions will be participating in Indiana resident admissions for the class of 2026. So Senate Enrolled Act 448, again, this is the bill that codified Indiana resident admissions. This ensures that the students must graduate with a new Indiana diploma with the Enrollment Honors Plus seal. And then they also must submit a score from nationally recognized college admissions exam and then meet any other caveats or conditions established by the commission. So this would include, don't get into legal trouble, maintain stable grade trends. And then the thing we want to also just kind of recommend or remind is that it does not guarantee direct admission to a certain academic program. So majors are not guaranteed. And that is for Indiana pre-admissions as well. So how does this work kind of on the back end? So all campuses opt into Indiana pre-admissions annually. That's through an MOU process. Public campuses, as I said, are required to participate in Indiana resident admissions. Private campuses have a separate MOU to opt in annually for that as well. We get rising seniors GPAs from their schools, the high schools, during graduation details collection every summer. And then we get SAT scores sent to us by the Department of Education. We then take, each institution sets a cut score, a minimum SAT and or GPA. We take the students' information we have in file, and then we kind of pair them up, match them up, and we sort them out. So that is how we look at the cut scores versus what the students have on file, and then we send those lists to institutions to let them know. On the family side of things, so they get 2 rounds of letters. On the screen, but also on the Indiana pre-admissions website, you'll see that there are copies of those and they have translated copies coming soon. But the initial letter introduces the pre-admissions initiative, informs them who is participating, who is not participating. The big thing for this update for this year is that we do have an asterisk designation on if a school is participating in Indiana resident admissions, just so they have an idea of who is doing what. And again, that is also separately designated on the Indiana pre-admissions website. We have a brand new key on there where a school's tile will have either a P, R, or C, which P means they participate in Indiana pre-admissions, R means they participate in Indiana resident admissions, and C means they're doing the Enrollment Ready College Connections campaign, which I'll get to in just one second. But then we also get the official letter. This is the letter that matches the students, lets them know where they were matched to. So congratulations, students, you have the opportunity to attend college in the state of Indiana. Here's where you have been pre-admitted to. On the back of that, it also includes FAFSA information. And a copy of that is also on the pre-admissions website as well. 40 campuses participated in Indiana pre-admissions this year, which that is up on the screen. I won't read all 40 to you all, but we're very excited. Previous years, we had 39 institutions, so we gained an institution. WGU Indiana has joined us as the 4th open enrollment school for pre-admissions. We're very lucky. We are one of, if not the only state, where every student is guaranteed a letter, and not just that, they don't just get one match of the 40, they get 4 of the 40. So every student gets at least 4 schools on their list because they participate as open enrollment, so they set no cut score. So definitely every student has a chance to have options, and we're very thankful for those institutions. For Indiana resident admissions, we have 41 campuses participating. Again, this is required for the public campuses and is optional for private. We're very lucky that so many partners decided to join on for this year. And again, I won't read you all the names, but just to give a second to recognize them as well. Looking at this trends between 2025 and 2026, in 2025, we had 390 high schools participate in Indiana pre-admissions. We're very lucky to say we have 456 participating this year, so quite a bit of growth for that. We have 40 of the 51 universities. The first letters have been sent to the vendor. We have more than 74,000 students that will be receiving the first initial letter. The official letter will be mailed soon, so we don't have that stat for you. The goal is to have that updated by Monday. And then looking at Indiana resident admissions, again, we had 41 of the 51 universities. These and matches will be on the Indiana pre-admissions letters, so they will have a chance to see those matches as well. Again, it's all under the one umbrella. But we had 301 students as of September 12th that are on track in preliminary GPAs, or preliminary diploma status, I should say, to get the Enrollment Honors Plus seal, and they represent 18 high schools across the state. The new diplomas are not required until the class of 2029, so it is an early opt-in process for high schools now. So we'll see that number probably continue to steadily grow as we get closer to 2029. This is the first year they've been offered to opt in early, so 18 high schools are letting their students do that as of the 12th. And then the Enrollment Ready campaign, this third component of pre-admissions. These are letters that were mailed starting the spring of 2025. So I know I mentioned it to you all at the May Commission meeting, but just a kind of reminder, so these letters will go to 9th, 10th, and 11th graders very soon. We are in the process of getting it all to the vendor currently. These will be letters that go out every fall. They are supposed to be in the same cadence of the pre-admissions letters. So that way a 9th grade student, by the time they get to senior year, they should just be waiting at their mailboxes because they know a letter's coming. This is to coincide with the College Go campaign, and then again, the overall Indiana pre-admissions. We have a new version of the Enrollment Ready letters. So this is a copy of the 9th grade letter. During the spring, or the May, I should say, when we did the spring send, we actually did a little bit of a remake or a makeup of these letters. So they're a little bit more lively now. By a lot more color. So thank you for that suggestion. So this is the 9th grade letter. What it has on there is these tips and tricks to become enrollment ready. So that includes for a 9th grader, meet with your school counselor, make sure you're considering extracurriculars or service activities, and then check if your school offers the Indiana College Core, and then just that reminder to take your GPA seriously. On the bottom corner of those letters, it does send a student to the Enrollment Ready website. This is not live yet. It will go live when we send out the letters. But on this website, they'll be able to scroll, see which institutions are participating in College Connections or the Enrollment Ready campaign, and then also get to see copies of the other grades letters. So if this is a student who's a 10th grader or an 11th grader who didn't get the 9th or 10th grade letter in the spring, they're able to go back and see if they missed any tips or tricks. And again, this leads us to the College Connections widget. This is again a brand new component that is currently with our developers, but will be released publicly soon. This is for students who are 13 and older. They're able to log into ScholarTrack and they can select up to 5 institutions they would like to hear more from. We're then able to download that list and send it directly to the institutions participating, and they can then do earlier outreach to students. So this is a great way for students who are wanting to explore what options they have prior to that pre-admissions letter senior year. The second component of this, which is new as well, is that they can also indicate a career interest. So this is a chance for a student to select what career they might be interested in pursuing once they get to college. That way, when the universities do that earlier outreach, they have an idea of where they might be able to send information for. So again, this will start in this fall. It's currently in the testing period, making sure all of the quirks are fixed, and then that will go live very soon. And then we have 47 campuses participating in the Indiana College Connections budget this year. And again, that is another chart of all of those. Thank you, and I will pass it off to Doug.
Good morning. My name is Doug Harder, and I'm excited to be here this morning to share with you an update on the Indiana College Corps. I could talk all day about the Indiana College Corps, but I'll keep my comments brief. The first thing I'd like to share is we continue to make progress in adding private and independent institutions to the list who accept the Indiana College Corps. Obviously, all public institutions accept the Corps. This past year, we've added 5 institutions, which included Franklin College, Oakland City, Grace College, Anderson University, and then the University of Evansville. And so that brings our total to 11 private and independent institutions who are now accepting Indiana College Corps. And we are anticipating another institution who has reached out here in the last week about accepting the Corps. So we're making some nice progress there. The biggest development this past year involving the Indiana College Corps is obviously connected to the new Indiana High School Diploma. And as was kind of already mentioned, earning the Indiana College Corps is one way for a high school student to earn a credential value. And to earn a credential value is necessary for students to earn the Enrollment Honors Plus seal. It's also true for the Employment Honors Plus seal. And so we believe that students earning the Indiana College Corps will be the most common way for students to earn the Enrollment Honors Plus seal. And so with that, as again has kind of been mentioned already, the biggest benefit to this, so an added incentive for high school students to earn the Indiana College Corps is now the guaranteed acceptance to all Indiana public higher education institutions and as well as some private institutions. And so this is again a great incentive for high school students. There's already the great incentives. It's a guaranteed block of credit to be transferred, but now with the Enrollment Honors Plus seal to have guaranteed acceptance into a college is a great development. As you know, the Indiana College Corps is an invaluable tool for the state to accomplish the goals that have been set by the commission through the HOPE agenda. And so those specifically are to increase the college going and completion rates across the state. So here are some recent data indicating progress towards those goals. We had 2,625 high school students who earned the Indiana College Corps in 2023. That's an increase of 532 students from 2021. Why is that significant? Because we know from the data that more Indiana College Corps earners, a higher percentage of them enroll in college. So that's one of our goals. And so you can see specifically in 2023, 91% of ICC earners enrolled in college. But it's more than that. Student performance data of Indiana College Corps earners also show indicators of success. And so 2 that I've highlighted here is that again, for the class of 2023, they had a 3.2 average freshman year GPA, and they had 27 average freshman credit hours that were earned. And so that really just validates what we already know is if a student earns the Indiana College Corps in high school, they are more likely to graduate from college on time or early. And so this data indicates that they're, after their freshman year, they're well on their way to being able to do those things. Lastly, I'm excited to share we have a record number of high schools offering the Indiana College Corps this year. I know that it says 312. Actually, we've added another one here in the past weeks. We're up to 313. And so that's a great thing. And so it's an increase of 228 high schools from 2021. So with all of this positive, all these positive developments and progress and momentum that we have, what are our next steps with Indiana College Corps? And so we will continue to work on increasing the number of high schools offering the Indiana College Corps. Again, we just talked about, we have 313 that are offering it. We still have 200 high schools to go, and we're going to get there. This will take place in kind of two efforts. One is we're going to send out a follow-up communication to high schools based on a survey that was sent out a year ago as a part of Senate Enrolled Act 8. We're going to communicate to high schools and have targeted messaging to them based on that survey. So obviously we had some high schools that didn't respond to the survey. So we're going to send out communication to them. Others did respond, and they indicated that they plan to offer the Indiana College Corps next year. We also had some high schools who responded that they would not be offering the Indiana College Corps, and then they kind of listed some barriers that they may be having. The emphasis in our communication will be on supporting. It'll be on helping problem solve, providing guidance on how to remove some of those barriers that are preventing a high school from being able to offer the Indiana College Corps. So it'll be from that aspect. It's going to be, again, a focus on an emphasis on supporting them, helping them. And so that'll be taking place this fall. A second effort will be, I'm asking our Indiana College Corps providers in the state to now annually confirm their partner high schools and that they are going to be partnering with to offer the Indiana College Corps each year. Because right now we are reporting, we have 313 high schools offering the Indiana College Corps, but a high school may be only one teacher away from not being able to offer the Indiana College Corps. And right now we don't have a real good system to find out, uncover if a high school is no longer able to offer the Corps. And so by asking them to annually confirm the number of high schools offering the Corps, this will allow us to then, help problem solve or to work with that particular high school. And so that'll be a second effort that we'll be undertaking. A second goal that we have is that we're going to continue to work towards increasing student access and availability of multiple course options to complete the Indiana College Corps in high school. And so obviously increasing the number of high schools that are offering the Indiana College Corps is one way. It's one level of increasing student access. But what I'm talking about here is going to a deeper level. Because we have some high schools that are offering, for example, the only offering for a math course as a part of that quantitative reasoning competency is AP Calculus AB. It's the only course offered. So that's really only targeting a small number of students who are going to take, I wouldn't have been able to take AP Calculus AB, so I wouldn't have earned the Indiana College Corps back in the late 80s. But so in order to make a dent in increasing the number of students who have access, we have to have more course availability. And so that's one part of that. But the other thing is we tend to have things set up for students who are our top students. And we don't always do things for the students who are maybe that B, C student. And so one thing that I did, again, in my background as a high school principal, being at the high school level, is can we be more creative, create more flexibility around some of these courses? So for example, if we have a group of students who we know are, our top students, they might be able to take, and I'll just use, some examples from our institutions. They might be able to take IU's W-131 in the traditional semester, and that's how it's set up now. But could we also create some flexibility for that student who may not think or they have the confidence that they can take college courses, but their teacher thinks that they have the ability to do this? Could we have them take a course that's spread out over the entire year so that they can, at the end result is still the same. We've got students who are still earning college credit. They're still making progress towards the core. It just may look a little different. And so how can we work with our public institutions to create a little bit more flexibility in terms of those course offerings? And so that's something that I'm going to continue to want to work on so that we, again, increase student access to the core. And then lastly, we will continue to work on establishing that courses that make up the Indiana College Core offered by each post-secondary provider be on the core transfer library. Right now, we have institutions that are offering courses that are part of the ICC that are not on the core transfer library. So if a student starts making progress towards the core but comes up a little short, if they've taken some courses as a part of that ICC at that institution, but they're not on the core transfer library, there's no guarantee some of those courses are going to transfer and count. So we want to ensure the maximum transferability, the maximum currency of those courses or credits earned. And so moving in this direction, I think will be a really positive step. So with that, we will open it up to any questions that you may have for us.
Before questions, let me just say that was an awesome presentation by each of you. Just incredible content and great work. It's just really inspiring to see all this. And it makes me think, especially with Chris's departure, it makes me think, that we've got some macro trends going against college going rates and other things that aren't unique to Indiana by all means. But the numbers that we see, in my opinion, have not been impacted by this type of work that's been done over the last couple of years, obviously. I would imagine, I hope, but I would imagine that if we look a few years out, we need to bring you back and have a little party to celebrate some really significant increases. Again, especially on going rates and some of the, we've made great progress on completion and some of these other metrics, but I think a lot of this is it just takes time, and we're going to see the results of a lot of this. So thank you all for the work you are doing and for a great presentation.
I just wanted to add some additional information for Victoria, where she introduced the College Connections widget. By soon, she means next week. My hope is Monday or Tuesday. I'm currently finishing up the testing for that. There's just a couple little things that we're doing.
Other comments or questions from Commissioner?
I agree. It was a fantastic presentation, and I'd like to invite Michaela to flex a little bit, because you're working in social media, everything's changing, what these young people are looking at. So can you tell us, old people, where are they looking? Where are you going to target next year in terms of is AI coming into this? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so social media is constantly changing, so it's very hard to keep up to date with everything, but it's also important to know that the people that we have access to don't always have computers or social media and stuff, which is why we still rely on the mailing letters, and it's a whole team effort. But social media and emailing specifically, yes, we try to post to as many accounts as we possibly can, especially with the commission, to make sure we're reaching our audiences far and wide. We also heavily rely on a lot of our community partners and making sure that they're sharing our information, collaborating with them on posts. Victoria mentioned the live streams that we did on Facebook with InvestEd, reaching another audience. In the past, we've worked with other community partners to make sure we're reaching their audiences as well. Going forward, I would love to take a deeper dive into AI. I know it's still very early for a lot of opportunities, but slowly monitoring that and seeing how we can incorporate that in the best and most sophisticated way possible, but in a way that relates to our audiences, students, parents, and teachers. Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Quick question.
Yeah.
You've probably covered this before and I've forgotten, but relative to the pre-admission. So for the residential students in the pecking order, if they're pre-approved, are they automatically enrolled before out-of-state students? And I only ask that because my neighbor is constantly tracking on some of our institutions, the number of out-of-state versus in-state. And I won't go into that, but,
Absolutely.
so do the pre-admitted Indiana students get in first before we accept any out-of-state students?
So that is a great question, and Michelle, feel free to interrupt me. But for pre-admissions and Indiana resident admissions, what it means when an institution signs the MOU to agree to the program is that any student on the list with the pre-admission, aside from the caveats, like actually earning the Core 40 or the Enrollment Honors Plus seal, staying in good faith with their school, not doing, anything illegal. So outside of those, they agree to find the student a spot somewhere. So again, it does not guarantee major, does not guarantee academic program. So they might not be able to be a nurse at the school they applied for, but the school will find them a spot in a different program. So they're guaranteed just a spot on the campus as a general student. Michelle, I don't know if you have any.
That's the most excellent answer. Thank you.
Yeah, just to add to that, I would add timeline wise, many of our campuses, but not all of them, are using the Common App, which opens August 1st. So students are applying in August. These letters go out in September. So certainly there's out-of-state and international students, as well as resident students that start applying in August, and then we sort of boost that by sending these letters for resident students. The important thing that we communicate to all students is that they must actually take the next step to apply by the deadline. So we were intentional in calling this pre-admissions and not direct admissions like other states, because there are next steps to take. But as Victoria mentioned, if an Indiana resident student applies to one of the campuses they were pre-admitted to on time, and they maintain sort of the academic qualifications, then the campus is responsible for finding them a spot. Now, whether or not they like the major that they are admitted to is a different story, but there is a commitment there to find them a spot in the new class.
Sounds like Star Wars. We're doing destination epic. Sorry about that. No, but I really like the campaign. I mean, I think it's a great presentation, so much information. And I love that we're informing the families and students. So I think that's really good. I'm looking forward to seeing, are you going to use the same campaign starting in November?
Yeah, so
Okay.
currently I'm working on some of the content for this year's theme. Still gonna be Destination FAFSA, and insider scoop, it's under the sea themed this year. So the first year we did just like a general traveling, like going to the airport, packing your bags. This one was a little trip to space, and now we're going under the sea.
Thank you. Great job. That's a great piece.
Yes, sir.
Echo the sentiments of our colleagues. Outstanding presentation, very comprehensive and insightful. Just a question, with all the information that's being shared, can you pinpoint as a part of the strategy where there is some intentionality around addressing the whole issue of the value proposition of higher education and all the messaging that's going out? They're saying, well, the value of higher education is being questioned. So it seems like with all the information that's going out in terms of what you do, if there were just like 2 or 3, just very quick hit salient points or facts that just kind of say, and this is why we do this. Is there information that's kind of not only educating people on why higher education is something I can grasp in a few seconds, but then in doing that, it also is working to counter the perception, and I think misperceptions around higher education, and is it really worth all of that?
Dennis, are you thinking like you want to live longer, make more money, have more successful kids?
Hire him on your campaign.
Yeah, I'll take that. Next week is actually our college application week for College Go. So we have around 40 institutions around the state that are working with Learn More Indiana to either waive their application fee for the week or just highlighting that they have free applications. So it's another social media campaign. We post about all the schools that are working with us, we have around, I think, 250 high schools, K-12 schools, specifically that are participating in doing College Go events. And so during that week, this goes back to your question, I promise. But during that week, we're going to be posting a ton on social media, sending out a ton of emails, specifically highlighting the why apply or the living longer, the making more money. So now is your time to do it. All of these applications are free. Here's the reason why.
I mean, that's something, if these kind of factoids can be included throughout the process, but not just at the beginning, because again, a lot of people just don't know, and then there are a number of people who've actually heard the complete opposite. I just think you seeding that information throughout the process and continuously could be helpful to a very great campaign you put together. So thank you.
Dennis, I think two other things that I'll just add to that for the group are both of our rounds of education value research indicated that students didn't know what their choices were, and if they did know them, how to afford them. So the two most consistent things we've addressed through everything are you have choices and here's what they are and here's how to afford them, including from a family perspective that the back of the letter for pre-admission says, if you want to go back to school, we have the workforce ready grant and adult student grant, so you can too. So we've really for 3 years now addressed choice and funding. But now with the introduction of the College Connections widget, we're going to be able to address the new component of career choice and support doing that. So by students being able to say, I'm interested in going and here's what I'm interested in, and us being able to communicate information earlier, as early as age 13 and more frequently, and to connect them to some of the other career coaching resources that the state is invested in across the state. That's kind of the next phase as we implement this College Connections widget.
Thank you so much. And maybe just the last comment on my part about the topic. I just think for several years, as we talked about trying to create a different culture in Indiana around education and higher education, just humbly acknowledging the subpar overall performance. I think a big part of trying to address the culture is by not assuming that people value this thing we call an education, or not assuming that people even understand what quote unquote an education is as people around this table understand it. So I just think the more we can go into not assuming people value this or not assuming people understand what it is, then the more elemental some of our approaches are, and it just really is, this is what it is, this is what it is. Whereas a lot of what we're talking about, it really is ripe with the assumption that people already know it. Where you're going to elevate people, if you're going to create a critical mass of people who are starting to embrace this education deal, there really has to be that propaedeutics, that let me introduce you to this thing that we think is a big deal. You may think the complete opposite. Let me tell you my reason why I think it's a big deal. And I think you start bringing some other people to the table. So thank you.
I'll also make note on your handout about the FAFSA campaign that's in your materials. We specifically have included some of the social metrics to sort of help provide that value proposition.
Thank you.
Yeah, once again, thank you all very, very much for the great presentation and for your work every day. It's really, really inspiring. So thank you. All right, last thing before lunch, we have Commissioner Lowry's report, which we're looking forward to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I bet somebody will give me a clicker here in a second. As I get ready to launch into this, I'll yield a couple minutes of my time to me, if that makes sense. To also pile on about the four folks who were just in front of you, the work they're doing. They represent this entire team of 50-some people. Real quickly, 21st Century Auto Enroll, everything that comes with that, helping with the success that they talked about. FAFSA partnerships and campaign, pre-admissions, Indiana resident admissions, enrollment ready, Indiana College Core ownership, as I like to think of it. Michelle knows that well. 3 years ago, this meeting publicly said, okay, let's go do this. The Indiana College, the College Connections widget and so forth, what I point out to you, all of those things, pause and let this sink in, are brand new to the roles of this commission, this staff in the last 3 years. And this staff is doing it with 20% fewer people. And on every metric I can think of, I'm the one who gets the stage the most often. It has something to do with the title, I suppose, but they are the ones doing the work and they're the ones making these things happen. And the leading indicators, Mr. Chairman, as you were alluding to, show what's underway. I think College Core is one of the best examples from 84 to now 313. Thanks, Doug, for the latest data. We love fresh data. What's going to be remarkable to watch, folks, is as the adoption rate within those high schools, right? There's a curve to this. I'm sure Brooks' team could just plot it for you and go, oh yeah, this is what it looks like, it's going to explode because we have roughly 4 times as many high schools now offering it as we did 3 years ago. That is so significant. And then you calculate the 21st century scholars who, by the way, not only are there a significantly higher number of those students, but they're completing FAFSA at a higher rate. They are completing the scholar success criteria at a higher rate. They're going at a higher rate. They're completing at a higher rate. And so to your point, Mr. Chairman, to be anything but bullish on what is coming forward would be naive. A lot of work to do. And all of this has to be worked on daily. And it has to be, fine-tuned, and things that don't work need to be discarded, and new ideas, whether it's through technology of artificial intelligence or other things that we need to consider are underway. But that's just my moment to say thank you to this team. It's just a collection of remarkable people. And all I get to do is just kind of help shepherd it. So I'll give you a quick update. This is like a miniature condensed Reader's Digest version, Mr. Chair, commission members, of sort of a state of the higher ed in Indiana. Go through it really quickly. You've seen this graph. I hope you've seen it so many times that you kind of have it memorized. Those of you who are, you get a couple more meetings before you'll be tested. Right, but when we started looking a couple of years ago and saying, where are we? Big goal, post-secondary attainment. We hadn't made the progress we needed to because, among other things, we weren't tracking the data to know whether we were doing so. Have a big goal out there, 2025, and then you look up in 2022, 23, bless you, and say to yourselves, we're not going to make it. So why is that? So one, you have to pay attention to that data much more closely along the way, which I would say this team is doing now. But right, it's really composed of the enrollment side, or the college going rate, completions, grad retention. These are places where we stand. I won't delve into those numbers because you've heard about some of those already today. Data strategy, I referenced that. I know Brooke left the room really quickly here, but building a data strategy was critical to what we were doing. Not just looking at, older data, but literally as a team, knowing that on this Thursday, the 18th of September, there were 313 high schools. And if you thought it was kind of funny when Doug mentioned that, I can guarantee you the 50-some people on this team went, okay, I got it right. That's in my head now, because that actually matters to what we're doing. And then the number of students who will go and who are more successful and so forth. But it has, we've moved from something that's just, I think, interesting and, on which you can reflect to really being data informed. Looking at leading indicators. Dan, again, your comment, these are leading indicators of where Indiana is headed right now. And I would also contend really strongly that as we've, moved from just data to the insights that inform your strategy, which ought to inform your actions, and then ought to inform how you're looking at whether you're tracking on your metrics, it's also led to a much crisper understanding of how you work with partners. Right, because there's a role for a lot of folks in this business, not just pulling talent through the system, but how they help inform our system, how they help engage, how they help support this education clearly, but being much more clear about how we do that across the continuum. Taking something like pre-admissions and the team coming back a year later, a year and a half later, and saying, oh my gosh, we should be doing this also for students in the 9th, 10th, and 11th grade and their parents too. Great idea. Looking at the role of philanthropy, hopefully you saw woven in here, folks, today, that philanthropy has played a big role, especially in including in FAFSA. Millions of dollars have poured in to the work that those four were talking about today by philanthropy that allowed us in many of those instances, personally, this is how I think we should be thinking of philanthropy, as, venture capital, seed capital to get some of these things off the ground. And then figuring out how we continue to make those operational, including by the growth that occurs and then greater efficiencies in doing that work. Some of this stuff would not be at the stage it is, but for great philanthropic partners stepping forward. And likewise, the other segment of that Pentagon, community faith-based organizations. We call it nonprofit, but broadly community faith-based organizations who reach folks better than at least I will ever reach them. But I would dare say oftentimes the institutions reach them or government and so forth reach them. Thank you, a couple of you from earlier today talking about the HOPE agenda. I truly believe this drives our team and drives the work that we're attempting to do each day. Be a top 10 state in each one of these areas by 2030. Yes, some of these are audacious goals. I don't think this team would have it any other way. Call them stretch, call them audacious, right? But if you're not aiming for something really substantial, then what are you doing? Some of you know I have a big whiteboard wall in my office, and one of the two quotes that remains up there came from somebody who, I don't know, 6 months ago was reflecting and saying, we teach too many people to hike rather than to climb. I think that's what this team is trying to do with these goals. And it's not, again, just this team. I won't go through them. You know what they are. Enrollment, you heard some of this already from the four who were up here and then others today, but the numbers on this slide are a little bit nuanced, and I'll add a little bit of color commentary to them. Enrollment had been in decline for a decade, 12 years actually, here in Indiana. And the past 2 years, it's increased. We don't know what the numbers will be yet this fall. A lot of different dynamics going on, but we have heard from some institutions, in fact, that their enrollments are up. And we're pleased about that. You'll see this, 187,000 Hoosier students automatically now enrolled after 4 cohorts, summer of 23, 4 or 5. And that's also counts 7th graders. If you're counting and going, how do you get 4 in 3 years? So we're already enrolling 7th graders. What I want you to know, though, is that 187,000, but for this change based on data trends that we had already in place, but for that big change that everyone helped to push, everyone in that Pentagon helped to push, that number would have been approximately 80,000. Commission Member Cabello said, if you didn't hear, she said, wow. I'm sure we have a second on that motion. Yes, wow. Like if you take nothing away today, other than there are 100,000 kids, young people, who are going to get the shot at this opportunity, take that away. If you forget everything else from today, please take that away. That's an additional 100,000 kids. And I think there are probably a lot of testimonies in this room about the life-changing effects of that. Nearly 200,000 pre-admissions, top 20, 15 or something now in FAFSA. We were around 40th previously. You've heard a lot this morning about the College Core and the growth of that. The Frank O'Bannon grant, a lot of consternation at points over the last couple of years because of the federal change with FAFSA and it caused some wrinkles for us. But I would say to you, don't forget, at the end of the day, the bottom line is because you supported moving the Frank O'Bannon back to pre-Great Recession standards and math, if you will, there will be approximately $250 million additional going to low-income students in Indiana who qualified. And that change that you suggested helps with enrollment. And we know absolutely that for a student who can't find the means by which to continue. It otherwise becomes an impediment for a lot of folks to persist to the next, to the next year and so forth. So those are some things that all of you, commission members and staff and partners, have made possible. Completions, you've heard about some about that earlier today. We've talked about, how that has risen and through a whole lot of work that we're not even delving into here. One that I think is worth reminding you, the work that was done, what was that, session of 84, Matt? The Senate Enroll Act 8. Yeah, you had a different hat on at that time. 2024, yeah, 2024.
I would have been a young intern.
Yeah, you would have been, wouldn't you? 2024, the work that was done around reverse transfer and, looking at 3-year degrees. But then the other one that we've talked some about, and I won't belabor today, around Senate Enrolled Act 448. Again, I just think the discussion you commission members had was brilliant on that. This is a big deal. It's not figured out 100% yet, but other states are asking how this state is doing it. So thanks for having the willingness to jump forward on that. Graduate retention, we include in here to make sure that this last category is graduate retention and its research. I wish we could lay claim in some manner that we now have a 4th R1 institution designated here in Indiana, IU at Indianapolis. But what I would say to you, though, is that you folks, when we said a couple of years ago, now going on 3 years ago, that we should really look at the performance funding formula, you were all in. And that included adding research as a category of emphasis and focus with the R1 institutions, because it matters. It matters not only for the sake of our state's economy and the learning that takes place, but that basic level of inquiry and discovery and research also leads to a much more robust U.S. economy. And I think many people would agree, a safer nation, that if we're not focused on it, be aware other nations are, and they don't have the same intent that this republic has. So again, something very key. Graduate retention, we talked about that. We're great at attracting students. We've got to be much better at keeping them. And again, all of our state institutions have a graduate retention plan. And as we saw with some other things today, like pre-admissions and so forth, I've said before, I'm an unabashed fan of the markets. The markets work. And the reason I say that is many of our independent colleges now have, guess what, graduate retention plans. Yay. Along with a lot of businesses and other organizations. Just, a couple words. I won't spend much time on this, but, higher ed today and tomorrow, where this is going. Oops. There we go. I think what we immediately have to think of is, right in front of us are the the things that are in bold, the labor market, where this is heading. This is probably conservative compared to some of the metrics, but, the Georgetown Center on Education and Workforce talks about somewhere around 2/3 to 70% of good jobs will require education and training beyond high school. If we have more time, I want to come back when you're really talking about other future of higher education items. Ted, I so appreciated that you brought up artificial intelligence. It's such a enormous factor in this, as are a lot of other interesting changing dynamics. But I'll relish watching you online talk about those things. But this alone, leads us to understand that more folks have to pursue some level of greater educational attainment. And these numbers, I know, Kent, you were referring to some of these earlier today, even before the meeting started, and I think you've referenced them today. These numbers tell a great story. we've talked about them for a while. And, Dennis, you talked about, you didn't say it in these words today, but what you were talking about, I know, was people need an education on education. And these are part of those factors. I had the opportunity 2 weeks ago in Evansville to speak with the latest cohort of folks in the Mitch Daniels Leadership Foundation, MDLF group. Wonderful, brilliant people. And wow, there'll be future commission members here, I'm sure. Some were surprised, but I think yet not surprised when they, stopped and thought about it. When I said, look, the numbers on this slide and the numbers on the next slide are really clear. With increasing levels of attainment, you have improvement in employment or lower unemployment, higher labor participation, higher wages, higher net wealth accumulation. And since the first night that I was on the job, by the way, if you don't know this, that was April 18th, about 8 p.m., sitting in my office in Indianapolis of 2022. And I sketched out something that looked like this economic slide because some data had been in my in basket. I said, wow, I think this tells us something. And what I'd share with you is those 4 categories and those 4 levels of education, we've not changed in this chart since that time. And we have tracked it every month. And where the data changes, we've updated it. And there has not been a statistical aberration once in the 3.5 years. It's really consistent, folks. And that alone paints part of the picture. It also means, think of some of these social metrics. You said earlier today, you'll have a better life, right? You'll live longer and all those kind of things. Whether it's utilization of public benefits, like SNAP, Medicaid, whether it's those other life factors, infant mortality. Infant mortality is recognized globally as an indicator of the health of your society at the national, the subnational level. It has such a great and direct influence on that. And of course, one of the easiest ones to point out is life expectancy. I think I was telling 1 or 2 of you that I was waiting around and read that as nerding out in some data myself a few evenings ago. And guess what, folks? Lo and behold, these levels of attainment also correlate to other things like rates of marriage, family formation, civic engagement, volunteerism. The list is long. Those things improve. And to be clear, there are individual cases where these things don't improve, right? On the social, economic, these other life factors, absolutely. But statistically, in aggregate, they improve. I think about folks engaging, being part of civil society. This is civil society, man. I just think, people who get on a commission, a board, where you don't get anything. I don't know, some little per diem or something, but you get more inquiries from friends and neighbors, right? I'm putting that gently, right? You're not doing it for fame and fortune, but that's civil society. You show up, you volunteer, and you do those things. Well, if you're not working 2 jobs and one of them's in the middle of the night and trying to figure out daycare and you don't have great health care because of your job, et cetera, it's a little more difficult to engage in society. But all those things. We'll make sure some of that other data is forthcoming to you as Brooks' team vets it, and we make it available to you. Some of the things, future of higher ed in Indiana, we have great trends with employers. I always point out, not just when he's sitting here, but, companies like the Cook Group who they set the standard. folks like my former employer in Batesville and others. But, continuing to strengthen that partnership, work and learn experiences, better aligning to serve students. I heard that during this discussion here this morning, thinking of the ecosystem, thinking of the virtual, thinking of how do we help better serve more students, continuing to keep the pedal down on affordability. Again, if you didn't hear Commission Member, I can update you. As late as we know, your actions, the actions of the 7 public institutions, this is the only state, let that sink in, that has chosen to hold tuition and fees flat in the nation. And that is not and was not easy for institutions to do. And we acknowledge that their decisions to do that, will accrue benefit to our fellow Hoosiers, but embracing technology, really understanding again that this is a global competition. When you look at lots of various global metrics, our nation should be higher than it is. We should more often be in that top 5. And we have the resources, we've got the ability to do it. And I'll certainly not be quiet from the sidelines, as I said. Partnerships, I really appreciate, I think it was you, Pepper, who referenced the partnership Pentagon. It's, to me, when I think of that Pentagon and sort of the lines that cross back and forth between those 5, right, you start to see something that looks like fabric emerge. That was one thing very early on a few years ago when some of you were here at the time. We invited into that Weldon conference room a very disparate group of senior leaders from around the state who were from those 5 different areas and said, so if you don't know each other, we think you ought to know each other. And we want you to be prepared because we're going to ask you to help us. And they included folks in business, education, government, nonprofits, and philanthropy. And we were very direct about it, and they were very direct with us in saying, thank you for making sure we're all in the room together. It's probably just lazy on my part. I don't know how you do these things without a lot of great partners. Stretch goals, you've heard about those. This team, not only have they responded to them, they embrace it. I mean, it's really fun to watch this team go, I don't know, I think we probably do more than that. Great, let's do it. Many of these things, we've talked about before. The last one I want to leave with you, Secretary Jenner is appearing in front of the United States Senate today, in front of, I think, the Education Committee, that is wow, and representing our state. And we were very intentional about that last bullet point, because you haven't heard Secretary Jenner or me say something about blurring the lines. You're going to hear it a lot more. But, I think the partnerships help us to blur the lines. And it's not just between the levels of education, but blurring the lines of, how this fabric of civil society actually works, because we can't just look to the institutions and say, you've got to do this, you've got to do that. This needs to be better, that needs to be different. Yes, we have to have high standards and high expectations, but we have to realize the strength of this also comes from a lot of other really thoughtful players. And, with that in mind, I'd leave you with 2 quick thoughts. It has to be better all the time. I'm sure there's a bingo card somewhere. Okay, the Lowry bingo card, and things we hear all the time. But one of them is to be frequently pleased, rarely satisfied. I think being satisfied on just about anything is a danger. Inherently presents dangers if you just become inadvertently complacent. But being pleased. And I would tell you, I'm very pleased with the progress we've made in the last few years. That I work for this team. They've done remarkable work. clearly work for all of you. But to be frequently pleased and rarely satisfied. And the last thing I don't have on here, and reflecting on how we get this done together, it's around the Pentagon, and it's around the various folks who have answered the call. I mentioned I've got a couple quotes in my office on the wall. One of them you've heard earlier. And the last one is in the upper left-hand corner. It's going to stay there at least until I leave. And that quote is, do more, do better, do it together. Do more, do better, do it together. Hopefully you had the chance at some point along the way to have heard Jim Morris say that before he passed. I think that's a pretty good way to think about the charges in front of you. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you for this quick report. I went 4 minutes over. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm bullish on where this is headed, and know that in all of your capable hands, you're going to continue to do more, do better, and you'll do it together.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much again for everything and for that great set of messages around both retrospective and forward looking. One thing I thought of while you were talking, that maybe just a minute or two on, as you might imagine, with the way Chris does things, he's run a master class on leadership and how to lead a high functioning, high impact organization. As you might also imagine, out of him, the work that's going on behind the scenes between Chris and Michelle and the team, including Josh Garrison, within the vertical and within Katie's office. There's a lot of work going on that is very thoughtful and, as you would imagine, extremely thorough in preparing for transition, so that nothing gets dropped, if you will. And so I don't know if you want to make comments to that necessarily, but having a little bit of visibility into that in this role, it's a lot of confidence going forward.
Thank you, Dan. Yeah, there's a lot of work going on in that regard between the vertical, between our agency, between staff. It's really across the board, ranging on a host of different items. I categorize them, don't quiz me on it right now, into at least 11 different significant areas, ranging from where things stand on executive orders to where we stand on the respective goals that individuals have as part of our strategic management process. The top priorities of each one of our 4 cabinet members, where those things stand, where the progress is. But yeah, 11 different key areas. And I'm sure the team is saying, oh yeah, and Chris, they're actually 13 or 14. But yeah, we've tried to be really thoughtful about that because it's incumbent on us to make sure, first and foremost, the mission doesn't lose any energy here, and that the people, that we're honoring the people who are doing the work, including, I think, very importantly, Katie Jenner, who's coming into this yet expanded role. She's been a friend for a long time. So this is professional and personal, and I want to make sure that we have the transition that's just smooth as possible, and that most importantly, the work continues. So yeah.
Great. Thank you so much. With that, we are at lunch hour. We're going to recess now. Lunch is in room 230, and we'll reconvene at 1 p.m. Thank you all. think we have everybody we need to get going. So we, again, thank you again, President Johnson and the whole VU Jasper team for your hosting us. It's been a great visit and really appreciated Oink lunch. I think it is. Isn't that right? Oink? It is. A delicious taco bar. Yeah. That's awesome. So we're going to continue the meeting with our student success and completion presentation today from Gail Walthall, who is the Director of Student Success Center, and Allie Temple, who is the Assistant Dean of Academic and Student Services. So we'll turn it over to you guys.
Well, we're going to talk a little bit about student success at VU. Again, my name is Gail Walthall. I'm the director of the Student Success Center at Vincennes University at the Vincennes campus.
And I'm Allie Temple. I'm the Assistant Dean of Academic and Student Services here at the Jasper campus. Sorry, I'm talking to the mic, I'm sorry. And I just we both want to say thank you for allowing us to speak with you today and share the work that we're doing with students. We're really excited to share it with you. So we will go ahead and get started. We'd like to share first some institution-wide initiatives that VU does that are positively impacting student success and retention. One focus over the last couple of years, we have had a group that has been researching our first year experience and looking at, is it truly serving our students well? What are the areas for improvement? We've attended some outside workshops. We've done some research of other institutions, kind of analyzing what can we do to make things better for our students regarding their first year of experience on campus. One change we've made already is modifying our new student orientation, which we call Trailblazer Kickoff. So we've made improvements to that, and we're identifying other areas of improvement as we move forward. Another positive success initiative that we're doing is our institutional research area has been utilizing predictive modeling to identify better ways to support our students and identify at-risk students. We've also updated several university policies to better serve our students. So I think it's really important that we don't just continue doing the same thing every year and assume that it's working, but what can we do to make sure our policies are actually helping our students? So one area, and Gay's going to talk on this here in a little bit, is our academic probation initiative. And another policy that we have implemented is a course repeat policy. So we found that there were some students that were repeating and failing a course 5, 6, 7 times. And is that really doing the student any good if we're allowing them to keep repeating that course? So again, did some research, figured out how can we develop a policy to better support those students. And what we've established is a student can repeat a course 1 time, so take a course twice. After that, in order to repeat a course a 3rd time, they need to fill out a request to repeat the course. So during that request, what we're asking them to do is to meet with an academic advisor, and the advisor is walking them through and creating an academic plan and helping them develop a different approach to that class so that they're not just doing the same thing over and over and you're going to get the same results. They're also having to talk to financial aid. How is financial aid are they going to pay for the class? And they're meeting with different areas across campus to ensure we're setting them up to be successful on that 3rd attempt. So we found that to be very helpful. We've also implemented an at-risk student survey to try to sooner identify students who are at risk. The university has developed a retention committee, which I'll go into here in a minute. And then we also have some federal and state grant programs which service our students and provide activities for our students. So one, I don't want to go deep into the data, but real briefly, I want to share some stats that we are very proud of. Through these retention initiatives, we have seen our fall to fall retention rate increase from our baseline in 2017 of 57% to now in 2024, it has raised to 67%. So that's quite a significant increase. And even more proud to say that our on-time completion rate, we've seen that improve from 18.1% at our benchmark date to 43.9% in 2024. So thank you. it's good to see that the work we're doing is paying off. So it makes us feel good. So the university did do a little self-reflection around 2015, 2016, and we had lots of discussions about what are we doing in regards to retention and could we have a more cohesive effort and get everybody at the table from across the university to make sure we are approaching retention correctly. So that is how the retention committee was formed in 2016, and we have representatives from across the university. So as you can see, it's everywhere from our faculty, our developmental education area, housing, financial aid, student success. We made sure we have representatives from across the university who work with students so we can get different perspectives. And we are meeting monthly. Every month it's different what we talk about, but overall we're reflecting on the work we're doing with students, bringing up any issues that we're seeing happen across campus, try to figure out solutions for those, and also doing research again on what is working at other universities across the nation and what can we do to mimic that here at BU.
So in 2019, we began writing, 2019-2020, we began writing retention reports. And we have different authors on the retention committee. The TRIO programs, they write a report on their services. The math and English chair look at co-rec education. The resident life, they look at, they write a report. The housing director, the learning support services writes one, and then the rest of the 5 are written by Allie and myself. Allie covers the academic probation report, and I cover the last 4 academic coaches, which I'm just say briefly, the academic coaches are faculty members in the colleges who actually help provide academic support for students. And we'll talk a little bit more about how they get that information and what they do, but they work with me in my office, and I give them tasks to do. And so I write a report on that. Academic readmits, those are students who are academically disqualified and that are being readmitted. And then the university college, I'll talk a little bit about that further down the road, and then mid-range profile scores. Some of the things that we look at in these reports, we all pull consistent data, and we look at the GPAs of these students in the cohort. We look at the fall-to-fall retention, and then we look at the success rate. Are they earning a degree at BU or transferring on to into a 4-year degree program? We look at all that criteria. Then some of us might branch off on different things based on that particular cohort. And then always we look at how can we improve. There's always improvement identified as part of that report. At the end of the year, an annual report is compiled with all of these reports and shared on the university website.
So prior to these more recent initiatives, the university invested some significant capital towards the areas of student persistence and completion by creating these 2 offices that we work with, the Student Success Center at Vincennes and the Academic Center for Excellence at the Jasper campus. They realized that we need to provide some capital for us to do the good work with the students, boots on the ground, trying to improve student persistence and completion. So we're very grateful for that. So our offices are focused on those areas. We kind of serve as a link between the faculty, the students, and the other offices on campus, trying to make sure there's a consistent flow of communication and information. And we kind of serve these 4 areas that we have at the bottom. So we'll tell you a little bit more about that. In regards to student academic support, we see that students are coming to us, especially those from high school, many times lacking some of the skills that they need to be successful. So things like time management, how do I study? We try to work with students to develop those skills and increase what we like to call their academic buoyancy. So as soon as they hit one of their hurdles, fail their first test, instead of just giving up and not going to class anymore and ghosting us, what can we do to teach them how to take the steps, attend tutoring, study in a different way, maybe do some group studying and approach the class differently to try to do better on their next test? So we're teaching them those types of skills. And then in addition, we do a lot of academic advising. So we're helping students plan out their courses, all the way up and plan out their degree map. We are advising new students at new student orientation. We are helping students learn how to navigate university platforms. We're helping students figure out how, if they want to transfer, how do they go about transferring, and which classes do they take to best set them up for transfer in the long run. We're helping them do all those types of academic advising activities. And then I'm gonna let Gay talk about retention and advisor support.
So for university retention efforts, one of the things that we started early on in the Success Center is we work with what's called the university college students. Those are students that place into our foundational developmental math and English, so Math 008 and English 008. Those students come with a lot of at-risk factors coming in the door. So we serve as their academic advisor until they get through their gateway 100 level English or math, and then we might pass them to their faculty advisor. That's the model that we use, or faculty advisors, but other staff, like in my office, we're all academic advisors as well, and also in the ACE office. We work with those students also by providing a study skills class to help with that transition to college. A lot of the things that Allie just said, that's what we're doing on every time we're meeting with them. We always set goals to meet with our students that are our advisors 4 times during the semester, about every 4 weeks at least. Sometimes it's more. I met with a student yesterday. I'm like, we're going to need to meet more than just 4 times because of things that are going on. So sometimes it takes a little bit more than that. We also work with at-risk populations, other at-risk populations that maybe could use some extra accountability, like students who are on academic probation and students who were academically disqualified before and that are returning. So that reentry semester, we work with them. I'm going to go into in a minute a little bit more about those things, but we also provide advisor training and support for students. For faculty advisors. We have worked together the last few years where we provided training in the fall and then again, one in the spring, kind of whatever updates are happening that they need to know about advising. And then we also work with the incoming new faculty that are going to be academic advisors. We put together, our offices work together and put a ton of videos together for them to use as reference tools. And then we also meet with them, and they also have a mentor that helps them with academic advising. So we provide tools for them that they can refer to as they're going through the year and as they're becoming academic advisors. So student profile scores, this is going to kind of be how it encompasses our whole retention plan. Almost 10 years ago, I was a coordinator then in the Success Center. I was not the director. I was a part of a discussion where we looked at what are the at-risk factors we want to look at to provide a profile score on incoming students. So some of the factors that are looked at are, is the student a first-gen college student? What was their high school GPA? When did they file their FAFSA? When did they get registered for classes? And then did they place into any developmental? Those are the 5 main factors that we look at that comprise a profile score of a student coming in. The higher the profile score, the more at-risk factors there are. So if we see, and every advisor has access to the dashboard and a student that they could see that and see some of the factors that might play a part in that, just to kind of put them on their radar. I always say, you can look at predictive analytics. I don't want to say it predicts what they're going to do, but it helps us to at least identify if they could be at risk. So that's what we look at. So those profile scores are used as we're coming in. And I was going to tell you about one of the ways that we use those profile scores in one of our cohort groups.
So looking through the data, after several years, we noticed that we could have the greatest impact on the students who had what we call the mid-range profile scores. So in the 25 to 35 range. So that is one of our initiatives to focus on those students. So when the students come in, we pull a report of all of the incoming students, identify those students in the 25 to 35 range, and assign them to a student success coordinator as their assigned academic advisor. During the first 3 weeks of the semester, that success coordinator is reaching out to the student and setting up a meeting with them, or meeting with them in the hallway. Sometimes you got to track them down if they don't reply, but they're meeting with the student to establish that relationship with the student. So the student knows if they have any questions at all, they have a person to turn to. Then throughout the semester, we're meeting with those students at least 4 times throughout the semester, checking in, how are things going? Sometimes it's a quick check-in. Other times, after midterm grades, if we see there's a low midterm grade, okay, hold on, we got to do something about that. So we're kind of doing consistent check-ins with those students throughout to try to be a little bit more proactive and try to catch them before things get too far. And then we don't just drop those students on their feet at the end of the semester or the end of the first year. We're trying to continue that relationship with those students all the way through degree completion.
Some of the other groups we work with, I've kind of mentioned before, but I want to say again, this history, as a coordinator, back in 2015, we were working with students who were academically disqualified and readmitted. And they have requirements on them. They have to fill out a readmit contract. We have to go through a contract with them. They're expected to meet with their assigned coordinator 4 times during the semester. They're expected to get progress reports filled out by their instructors 3 times during the semester. And we kind of go over that feedback when we meet with them. But a few years ago, Al and I were talking, and I'm like, why are we waiting for them to get disqualified before we give them attention? So this was a way that we, instead of being reactive, we were trying to be proactive. So we said, okay, let's start working with the academic probation. So we came up with an initiative for that. We use my staff, ACE staff, and then we use those academic coaches that I talked about, especially in the spring. And then we also use the TRIOS staff. And everybody plays a part in helping to meet with these students. And for the academic probation students, we meet and do an academic success plan with them. That's individually. And then throughout the semester, they're expected to use tutoring labs a minimum of 4 times. Data has shown that helps a student, that they're more successful when they do that. And then they're expected to meet with us a minimum of 3 times. So they're getting that individual throughout the semester, individual attention. So those are 2 different areas 2 different groups that we also, populations that we also work with. The 21st Century Scholars that are on our campus, right now, the 21st Century Scholar Coach is actually housed in the Success Center. So they can come there and have any questions they have about their scholarship. She can work with them on that.
So our early alert system that we use throughout the university is called TAPS. That's our way of identifying the students that are showing kind of risky behaviors throughout the semester. So TAPS stands for Tracking Attendance and Performance of Students. So how it works is faculty members can input a notification on the system if a student is not attending class, if they're performing poorly. They say they don't have their textbook, and it's several weeks into the semester, there's a notification that the student needs their book. When a faculty member inputs the notification on the system, an email automatically gets sent to the student and the student's academic advisor, with hopes, the intention is that the academic advisor is going to follow up with the student. In addition to that, our offices get a compiled report 2 times a week of all the students and all of the notifications, so we can glance through and see, are there any patterns that are happening? Has a student missed all their classes in 1 week? And we can reach out to the student to figure out what's going on, or maybe they're missing their course materials in several classes. And again, try to intervene before things get too far. A few years ago, we were getting some feedback from faculty that they were hesitant to use the TAP system because it felt so punitive. And so they were getting some kind of poor feedback from faculty and from students. So a group of us met and really did some brainstorming on what can we do to modify it, because it's extremely helpful and it drives a lot of our retention efforts. So, but we only have the data that the faculty are inputting. So what we came up with, and has actually worked really well, is we developed some positive notifications as well. And that's kind of changed the culture and reception to the system. So now there are just as many positive notifications as there are more negative, punitive notifications. So there's things like effort appreciated, great job, things along those lines. And the students really, we've got some great feedback from students about getting those positive notifications as well.
Yeah, I just sent an awesome job to a student this week, and she was very kind to send an email back how much she appreciated that. We also have moved to using a real-time indicator score. Oh, I should say, one thing I thought about when you were saying that TAPS committee was a subcommittee of the retention committee. It actually came from that discussion with retention, and then that TAPS committee that kind of looked at revamping that definitely came from the retention committee. The real-time indicator score, it's it's going to be another thing that looks at factors, but it helps us to identify students who are having trouble currently in the semester. So it looks at the number of TAPS warnings. So as those TAPS warnings go up, now it would only be negative TAPS warnings that go, those if the positive ones don't affect the real-time indicator score. If they're dropped for non-attendance, or if their midterm grades are Ds or Fs, any of those could raise that real-time indicator score as we go throughout the semester. And so how all these retention efforts work together, we heard about how the profile score kind of helps identify some students. Basically, when students, miss classes or miss assignments, something's going awry, they can send, the faculty member will send a TAPS notice. At that point, then each week we pull what's called profile and RTI reports. And we check to see if their RTI score has raised in the last week. So we pull names of students whose RTI score has changed in the last week. And those reports are sent out to either academic coaches or, again, my staff, TRIO staff, ACE staff. We even send it to Distance Ed as well as the ASL. All those campuses are looked at and they are identified, and then we're asking for contacts to be made, either text, phone call, face-to-face, or an email. And you can do multiple ones if you need to. And we keep track of those weekly, and we do that in the beginning, the first couple of weeks, we just send out like introductory or, hey, welcome to campus type emails. But by week 3, we start really being serious with those profile reports, sending those out from week 3 till about week 14. Some of them go all the way to the end of week 16 of the semester. And that's how all those efforts kind of come together with what we're talking about here.
So moving forward, we have seen through the data and through our feedback across campus, all of this work has been very important. It has been very impactful. The university sees the value in it. And as VU is currently developing the new strategic plan, student success is remaining one of the top priorities. So it is going to remain a priority of focus. We realize the work needs to continue working and there's always room for improvement. So we will continue to focus on this work and support our students in any way that we can. Guys have any questions for us?
Just a comment and a question. It's obvious why you're seeing the success that you're seeing. I can see the passion in both of you and your work. So thank you for that. And my question is around the individuals that had a student profile score above 35. What have you learned there? And obviously, you've looked at a target of where you can get the most success with that intervention. But what about them and what does that look like?
Yeah, well, I can tell you that it started like with the university college students. I can tell you that, so they were already being given attention, that their average profile score is probably 50, 55 to higher, 50, 100 is the highest you can have, because they started with 40 points are given when you start in English 08 math, so they're high at risk. So they were being given attention. I pulled data because 0 to 20 pretty much they're college ready, don't need as much attention. So we were looking really for who were the students that could just with a little bit of prodding, maybe a little bit of extra attention than what a faculty advisor can give. Now you're asking about some of those others. Hopefully we're catching them in all of the reports, because if the RTI is going up, it doesn't matter if they're in that cohort or not, we're going to catch them and they'll have some type of intervention. Our goal is always early intervention and timely intervention if we can do it. So I don't feel like they're getting lost. We were just trying to give some attention to some of those different cohorts that we can, because I do feel like we're getting the most at risk where we are handling, and then probation and readmit students, we're also dealing with them as well. And they probably, if you look at their profile scores, they would be higher. Yeah. You want to say anything?
Yeah. I have noticed that many of the students that show, because whenever we pull that RTI report, there is a column that shows their profile score from the beginning. So it is very interesting to see that a lot of those students with the higher profile score in the beginning end up showing up on our RTI report because they are showing those riskier behaviors throughout the semester. So it is good that we're doing multiple initiatives so that we are catching those students and they aren't getting left behind.
Yeah, very good question. But we're staff before and
Understand.
Yes, sir.
Excellent presentations. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just to echo Mr. Kramer's comments, your hard work is evident and your passion is evident. Congratulations. I actually have 1,000 questions, but I don't want you all here till 7 o'clock, so I'll just ask 2. Question number 1, just a more foundational question. When you all decided to form this retention committee, I think it was in 2016. So somebody has an idea, somebody has to do something differently. So you form a committee. So instead of me trying to intuit my question, I'll just ask. You can try to make the interpretation based upon some of the activities. But what were the aha moments as a result of pulling this group together? What were some, maybe we thought it, but didn't rise to the level of doing something about it, or I was just totally oblivious to it, but I'm so glad we got our heads together. What were some aha moments?
What first comes to my mind, and it was kind of driven from like an AQUIP action team project, and I remember sitting in the office and we were discussing it, and we were kind of racking our brains to come up with the ways that what retention initiatives are we doing? And the fact that we struggled a little bit with it, we were like, this is kind of signifying that we need to pay more attention to it and we need to get the right people in the room. And once the retention committee was established and we had those representatives from across the university, I think every meeting we have some aha moments that, oh, your office is struggling with that. We're seeing that as well. So that's where it's great to bring everybody into the same room so we can kind of have those things bubble to the top. And we've been able to, I think, make some significant progress because of that. I hope that answers your question.
I mean, I think some of the things that we hit on that tip was an aha, like, I mean, I was like, this is a problem. How can we make this better? How can we make the wording better? I mean, when we worked on that committee, it was about how can we make the emails concise and give students actions of what they need to do. We rewrote them all. I mean, we did that as a committee together. I think that was an aha moment. I think the aha moment of, hey, we need to look at academic probation students and stop just dealing with once they've been disqualified. That was definitely an aha moment for me, where I was like, how can we be more proactive instead of waiting for them to be in trouble? And they're in a little bit of trouble with probation. I don't mean it that way, but I mean, they're dismissed. I mean, we're seeing results on that from the percentage of ones getting disqualified. I think that probation initiative is making a difference with that. That's our goal there.
Thank you. And then a follow-up question on to the issue of being proactive. Based upon your insights and gleanings, if you were to do a book or a pamphlet for K through 12 based upon those insights, what would be contained in the communication that you would send throughout the K through 12 network, or at least the rising 11th grade or rising 12th grade? What would need to be the insight for those students and maybe to educators and superintendents?
I was thinking about things that we'd go over, those study skills, things, the time management, the transition to college. I'll let you, I'm thinking.
And really think about your student population and the student as a whole. What are they coming in with? I think even K-12 would be able to identify from their students, my students are coming in with these outside factors, and be able to identify kind of like what we do with our profile score and put some extra focus on those students. It always comes into staffing and money, but there are ways, I think that you could incorporate some of those study skills and those skill building activities into the classroom. And I think that would be helpful.
I don't think if I can have anything to do that.
Two things real quickly. First of all, one of the things we established that committee to do, first of all, was we knew we were doing a lot of things to support retention, but were we hitting every student? Were we hitting every student type? And we wanted to catalog and create a matrix and a table about the student type and the type of programs we had, ensuring we weren't overlapping on too many, and then we were reaching everyone. So that was a big motivation for doing it. And I think we've done a great job of seeing the coverage of that map. The second thing, to your question about what we learned, I'm gonna give you an example that I use every Trailblazer kickoff. I tell students they need to do two things: go to all their classes, turn in all their homework. I said, if they go to all their classes and turn in all their homework, we have all the support necessary for them to be successful. But they've got to do those things. And so I actually have make students raise their hand and promise me that they will go to all their classes and turn in all their homework. And then I tell them, if they go to all their classes and turn in all their homework and they don't graduate, to come see me at Vincennes University, we'll pay for them to finish that career program that they can graduate in. I have yet to have anyone take me up on it. I'm 100% confident that if anyone does get that far, they won't be able to show they've gone to all their classes and done all their homework. I think it is a great incentive for them in front of their parents and families to make that commitment. And every time I talk to a student on campus here or Vincennes or wherever, I ask, are you going to all your classes? Are you turning in all your homework?
You could be a coordinator.
But I think the work you're seeing from all these folks represent the commitment we have as an institution to student success. Because, you know, we bring in students who have a variety of backgrounds, needs, and challenges. And how do we help them get over that bar without lowering the bar in the process? And I apologize, I didn't want to.
No, that's great. President Johnson, while you're here, just to follow up or too much.
I thought I was over in the deposition.
The second part of the question, then what is based upon you all's learning, again, really trying to leverage all the work and all the passion that's gone into it. You have insights now. What is the gift to K through 12? What is the gift that you all can package and send to others as they go on this journey? Again, trying to be proactive.
I think it's to believe in the process and the system. If you keep doing your part, if you keep rowing, if you keep the students going to class and keep them doing what they need to do, then eventually it's going to kick in and it's going to pay off. We see too many students that come unsure why they're in college, unsure why they're here, and they don't know for sure what's going to make a difference. And they get discouraged early, but if they keep in mind, keep rowing. Like you're in the middle of the lake, keep rowing, you'll eventually get to the other side. And so that keep rowing mentality needs to be instilled early on. I think we've seen in a lot of cases, young people who are frustrated and give up too easily when they face a challenge or they face an obstacle they haven't faced before. We need to make sure that they are facing obstacles and learning to overcome them, and maybe even facing them and learning that they can't always overcome them, but they've got to keep trying. So it's that keep trying mentality that we've got to instill earlier on and keep it going. And then if they go to all their classes and turn in all their homework, they will be successful.
Thank you.
I just want to say, I want to echo Dennis and the proactiveness. I like how that switched and it shows that you're listening when you said, hey, we've got some positives here. And that always happens, you know, always for improvement. So I appreciate that. I noticed on your list, where does the student and feedback come in? So on your retention committee, I didn't see students. So is there like maybe an advisory where you're also talking to students? What would make you a successful student? What is it? Is that occurring? And maybe you said that and I just didn't catch that.
No, we don't technically have like a student advisor committee, but we do get a lot of feedback from the students whenever we're working through the academic plans.
Okay.
And we're working with so many students so we can see patterns. And I feel like the group does a good job of bringing the student feedback and the student voice back to the retention committee. So when we're having those monthly meetings, that's where some of those discussions come in. I'm hearing this from students. I'm hearing that. So we're trying, our faculty and staff are trying to bring those voices in.
At the end of the semester, all of our cohorts, we have them students complete a survey. Yeah, so we get feedback,
Okay.
I mean, for every cohort, that's probation, readmits, university, college, all of our advisees, we doing, as an internal like Google survey, but it's for students to give us feedback.
That's great. Well, and I figured because you obviously were changing things based that I just wanted to hear. And then I learned something, academic buoyancy. Nice. I'm going to use that. I like that.
Well, I can't lie. I heard that at a conference. I brought it back to BU and everybody was really amazed. And I was like, I did not come up with that. But I really grasped onto it as well. I loved that because I just thought it it encompassed exactly what we're doing.
Absolutely.
We're trying to instill that academic buoyancy in them to help them long term. So we've been trying to use the term ever since.
Well, that was
President Johnson, that was a conference well worth it. Thanks for training the team.
Feel like I met the two of you when my daughter came to VU here for a college visit, but I just wanted to compliment you on the work that you're doing and on your presentation and the excellent way you answered Dennis's softball, because he does not know how to throw a softball.
Yeah, great presentation. Thank you for your work. The evidence of success is really, comes out in that very, very well, as well as your passion. So congratulations, numbers are, not that numbers are everything, but that's some pretty dramatic increases on both fronts. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, moving along, we're going to go back to a couple of budget items. So budget finance items. First up, Brooke Kyle, Senior Associate Commissioner for Business Solutions, going to talk about the 25 through 27 outcomes-based performance funding goals.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So today we're going to talk a little bit about OBPF, outcome-based performance funding, and the output results from this last year. To provide a quick overview, basically what outcome-based performance funding does is ties a portion of the state appropriation to the higher education institution's performance. And so it's a way to incentivize strong performance in areas that are important to the commission and important to the state. They're predefined metrics, and at the time we set those goals, we don't know the outcome. So the institutions do have the ability to improve and adjust their outcome in order to perform. The metrics are all tied to the HOPE agenda. They are for Indiana students only. So as I talk through these, we are incentivizing progress and performance for our Indiana resident students primarily, with the exception of graduate retention. As Commissioner Lowry has said before, graduate retention is statewide, and we want to retain all of our students, especially the ones that come here from other states, other countries, as we believe that we're a great state to work. So we have metrics tied to enrollment that include low-income enrollment and adult enrollment. We have completion metrics. On-time completion metric is one that we pay very close attention to, as well as looking at overall degree production. So we have overall completions. We also focus right now on STEM, or science, technology, engineering, and math completions, as well as a couple others. And then graduate retention is the last metric that we have as part of the outcome-based performance funding formula. Something to note for this year, a shorter presentation at this particular commission meeting, because there is no funding tied to OBPF this year. We are not required to go in front of state budget committee, but we did make a commitment to the commission that we would continue to look at these metrics, continue to highlight them, showcase them, so that institutions know where they have opportunities to improve, as well as sort of measure their performance. So how does OBPF funding work? For the 25-27 biennium, institutions receive funding in the following ways. They do have a state appropriation. I won't read the definition of what operating means, but definitely for most of their operations. This was funded for the 25-27 biennium with a 5% reduction. In last year's biennium, there was also a line for operating perspective funding, and that's what we refer to as outcome-based performance funding. So that was not included in the 25-27 biennium. However, as Commissioner Lowry said, we are championing that it continues to be included as part of the formula going forward into the next cycle. Institutions also receive funding for debt service, repair and rehab. My colleague Cody talked a little bit about some significant R&R projects at the Purdue campus, for an example, and then all of our campuses will have varying line items. So what this generally looks like in terms of OBPF as an appropriation, on the left-hand side of the slide was the fiscal year 25. We can see a very tiny slice of the overall pie, which is at 1%. That's that outcome-based performance funding. We want to make sure that institutions have something to stretch towards, reach towards, but also understand that they need to have some reliability in planning their operational expenses. And so what we see over in the fiscal year 26 appropriation pie is something that looks very similar, just not with that small amount of outcome-based performance funding. One thing that's really important, as Commissioner Lowry mentioned in his either opening remarks or his commissioner's report, is mission differentiation and the importance of our Indiana ecosystem. And so one of the ways that the commission decided to integrate this into outcome-based performance funding was to reflect mission differentiation in its weighting. And so we have the same set of metrics for all of the institutions, with the exception of Ivy Tech. I'll touch on that in a second. But the weights are different depending on the mission of the institution. And that really gives the institution some ownership of what is important to them while still serving what the state has identified as key priorities for our institutions to meet. And then Ivy Tech has a slightly different outcome-based funding metric set, and that's specific to the very specific types of programs that they offer, specific to industry certifications and then short-term credentials. In your supplemental materials, I'm not going to go over it. I'll bring it up right here one second. There is a very long document that looks like this, and it is the outcome-based performance metrics for all of the institutions. This was sent to the governor representative or the gov representatives, and we presented it at a budget and productivity meeting. Overall, if we look at these in terms of a large scale, we can see on the slide here what the percent of funding earned had there been funding available for each of our institutions and systems. We also have a partial funding metric where if institutions, perhaps they don't meet the goal that was set for them, but they do get to a certain threshold, there is an ability for the institution to get partial credit. And so while there's no funding, we at least wanted to recognize where the institutions were able to meet those goals by representing a performance metric. So there's an example on the slide. That example should actually say 56% earned, not 74% as the total, if you do the math on the column on the right. We're very excited this year that the two top performing output metrics were low income youth enrollment and low income completion. These are our target populations for our state financial aid programs, 21st Century Scholars, Franco Buchanan, and these are the students that are really being targeted by a lot of our outreach and communications. And we're very pleased, not satisfied, but pleased to see these continue to grow. And then this is the second year we have graduate retention. Again, not as strong as we would like, but also recognizing that it takes probably a couple years to move the needle. And as Commissioner Lowry has pointed out, most of our institutions have adopted this as a strategic initiative. There are lots of initiatives on their campuses to address graduate retention. I'm really pleased that this has become a focal part of the outcome-based performance funding formula, as well as just part of the institutional practice. And so again, one of the other things that that Commissioner Lowry talked about was graduate retention. So we did see a slight increase in our graduate retention, I think 1% from the last time we measured it. What is very evident when we look at the data is our students who are already Indiana residents have much higher graduate retention rates than students who are coming from other states or other countries. And so we see this both as a wonderful opportunity to increase the graduate retention rates of our Indiana students, our Hoosier students, but also an opportunity to share with our students coming from other states of what opportunities they have to stay here in Indiana and contribute to our really growing and innovative economy. And with that, I can take questions if there are any. Yes, Abby.
A quick question on the slide with the OBPF funding overview, repair and rehab.
Yes.
It says only for FY26
Yes.
only.
Yes.
Can you elaborate? Because this is an area I know that we've had casual conversations about this, and I'm curious to see what the outlook is, what we're thinking, what's, how are the metrics going to change, or, is it going to be pushed into operations?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, thank you for the reminder. The R&R, funding for the biennium was front-loaded into fiscal year 26 only. I'd have to check my numbers. So there's not an appropriation for fiscal year 27, but I believe that it was, front-loaded in fiscal year 26 so that the total dollar amount didn't go down. I'm looking at Cody. Yay, I got it right. So that was more of a balancing sort of the books strategy to front load it in one fiscal year, but there was the money set aside for it. And that was something that we were happy with that came out of session. Great question.
And then one more, I'm sorry.
Sure.
On the OBPF weighting,
Yes.
you mentioned mission differentiation. At our last meeting, and we approved the minutes, that there was going to be a group collaboration formed and someone appointed. How is that going? What's timing on that?
Mr. Chairman, would you like to speak on the mission differentiation committee?
Yeah, we have some names of folks that volunteered. We only have a couple. So we're gonna need to form that, but again, that's with the transition to Katie.
Got it.
We're trying to get kind of figured out what the cadence on that.
Makes sense.
work is
Okay,
gonna-
but just,
Yeah.
No, thank you for the question. Any other questions?
Quick comment. Second time there, quick comment. First of all, Brooks, thank you very much. I think it was really important for you commission members to be aware that outcomes-based performance funding formula, we as a staff know the priority we place on it, and in spite of it not, because of a very challenging budget year in this most recent session, not receiving specific funding. On your behalf, this staff, even after October 10th, will not forget that this is one of the chief priorities of this body. I think it's also really important to note that even in the pie, while the slice of OBPF is not huge, talk to the gov reps. It gets a lot of attention at the legislature. Both of my ears have heard that pretty extensively in the last 3.5 years. And it's for good reason, right? Because it's important to do. A couple of quick things about what Brooks shared with you. I think those numbers that showed what the outcome would have been in funding terms, percentage-wise, specifically, very specifically for low-income enrollment and low-income completions, we should all let that sink in. The decline we saw in the college going rate of 15% over the decade that preceded this strategic plan, that decline of 15 percentage points was almost exclusively in low-income students. Right? So the students who were left behind and not benefiting from those things you saw in the economic and social charts that we showed, those are the students. And to see those areas of progress that are being made, pleased, not satisfied, it is really important. And then I think also not to, I know you all are seeing this, but being reminded of the presentation you saw earlier today, the 4 folks who are up here, specifically around 21st century scholars. What's so promising and hopeful about that is more of those students will be going. They are improving in rates of retention also. They have a college going rate of about 30% higher than the average student. Their retention rates are becoming some of the best in the state, and on and on. So anyway, I know you all know that, but all those things weave together for this picture as we really think about students who need that hand up. So we're seeing it. I know you won't let off the pressure of OBPF, and nothing else. I'll be noisy out there if you do. But I do.
Thank you, Commissioner Lowry.
Yeah, thank you, Brooke, very much. Appreciate it. Yeah, really, really well done. Yeah, you bring up that 15% drop being almost all low-income students, which is, I think, important for us to remember and keep top of mind. And it's equally or maybe more concerning that it's not necessarily a shift from folks that in that low-income group that were going to college or going on post-secondary, now going straight into the workforce. because that number doesn't pan out. They're not necessarily. So get back to that, that group that 80% say they're gonna go on to college. And by the time you get to, D-Day, only 52%, 53% are going. So what's happening to that, especially that group of low income students, on why they're making those choices, so, or not making those choices. So, Cody, I think you are going to give us the agency fiscal year 26 spending plan and budget update. So welcome again.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, today I'm going to be spending some time talking about the agency spend plan. This is going to build off of the presentation that we saw in our last meeting, because I know there's a lot of interest and a lot of engagement of wanting to know more. And so today, what we're going to focus on is, I think, dissecting the spend plan that you saw and making sure that we're communicating kind of the specifics of all the elements and communicating how we prioritize our administrative spending. And in future meetings, we'll start presenting how we're performing according to that budget plan. So we won't have any like actual spending data that I'll be presenting today. That's coming in the future. But I do think today will continue to be an opportunity for us to demonstrate kind of how we're approaching the strategic management of the resources that the General Assembly has trusted us with. And I'm excited for your engagement and any questions or opportunities for us to learn. I know there's a lot of great minds in the room, so I want to take advantage of that as well. Before I dive in, I do want to one thing I do want to highlight is three philosophical sort of flavors that I think you're going to see throughout this, and that drive and inspire a lot of how the finance team is approaching this work. So the first one is the idea of an investment framework. Where that shows up in your life is us prioritizing and centering the return on investment and being engaged stakeholders through the process. We're not going to build up a budget and then leave it alone. We will be engaged throughout this process, supporting everyone on our staff. The second piece that I would like to that I think you'll see maybe throughout this is the idea of risk and opportunity management. So I know a lot of folks talk about risk management, the opportunity to sort of prevent or mitigate or try to plan for those sort of unknowns or those sort of potential financial liabilities. However, I think in my experience, I've also seen that not being prepared to take advantage of opportunities that present themselves can also be felt as a loss in some way. And so with that, we're thinking about not only preparing for the unknown and being ready for that and being financially buoyant, to borrow that term, but also making sure that we are set up and ready to take advantage of every opportunity that comes our way as well. And the last thing I'll say is the other sort of philosophy that I hope you see throughout this is the idea of stewardship. I know for me personally, as like a financial manager, this gets to the core of what I do and where I come from. But this idea of being answerable for how we steward these funds. And one of the things I think of coming from budget to the commission is, it's no small thing that the General Assembly trusts the Commission for Higher Education to steward over $400 million of financial aid every year for students across the state. And so we want to rise to that expectation and to continuously earn that. And so that's my little soapbox on some of the, I think, the flavor that you'll see. And so I'll go ahead and jump in to kind of diving and picking apart our spend plan and our budget. So we've categorized the agency spend plan into four sort of major categories for us to think about. The largest one being our statutorily restricted student financial aid funds. Those are the funds that I just referenced. That's $421 million. The second category is our federal and private grants. Those also have a number of restrictions on them based off the grant awards, and we'll talk about those as well. The third bucket is our smallest bucket, but still very important. These are the statutorily restricted state appropriations. So these are very narrow use dollars that we have that have a very specific purpose, and thus we're restricted in how we are going to spend that money. And then the last bucket is our main operating or administrative dollars, which totals about 7 million. And so we'll dive into each of these buckets today and kind of explain how we approach them and how we prioritize them. So the first of which, the really fun ones, is our statutorily restricted state financial aid programs. So in the spend plan, if we go back to that, this is that middle category of our different programs. There's 13 in total. In the blue on the left side of our spend plan, this shows all of the available dollars that we have. So the things that have been given to us by the General Assembly or we're carrying over from previous year. And on the right demonstrates how we plan to spend those dollars. As you can see, a great majority, like over 420 million of that is going directly to students, programs, our school partners. And then some of those dollars we do allocate, although we minimize that very strategically for administrative expenses. So like I said, there are 13 different financial aid programs. Each one has unique eligibility requirements that are specified in Indiana code. And so a large part of the work that our state financial aid team does is enforcing that eligibility, making sure that students are meeting the qualifications and the requirements for the programs that they're participating in, and making sure that we're not exceeding the available funding as we make awards out to students. Here on this slide, this gives you a bit more of a dive into or a cut of all of those different programs. And this gets into, I think, some of the topics that I know have come up as we've been talking about this. So you can see the list of our programs here and the money that's been available, both the appropriations and the carry forward. And then you can also see the top grouping of those in the gray. These are ones that by statute revert to the general fund. So just a quick note on that. By reverting to the general fund, what we mean there is at the end of a fiscal year, whatever money we do not spend or we do not pass along as the commission, that will go back to the state's general fund, which the general fund is essentially the state's main big bucket of money. It's made up of the big four tax areas: income tax, sales tax, corporate income, and gambling. And so that's the main pot that the General Assembly works with. All of those programs, most of the funding that we receive at the commission comes from that big pot. And so these programs by statute are set to revert back to the general fund. So as you can see, our plan for a lot of these is full spending 100%. The philosophy of maximizing those investments is true here. The second bucket, the blue programs at the bottom, these ones are non-reverting. This means that any money that we spend in a particular year, we have the ability to carry those dollars forward and sort of build and sort of have a balance that carries forward year to year. As we think about that, we're very thoughtful about what that means. Sometimes that balance builds up because we are ramping a program up and the General Assembly appropriates kind of the full amount. And we have an amount then that as we ramp a program to its full potential, becomes available for us. And so we're really thoughtful about and strategic about how we look at those dollars and how we spend them. One of the things my team does is has kind of a tracker on that and is looking at how we're spending and kind of red light, green light, yellow light gauges the health of how we're budgeting those funds based off of that. The last thing that I'll note is in the reversion column, you'll also see like TR next to the Higher Education Award and the Freedom of Choice Grant, otherwise known as the Frank O'Bannon Award, in its two parts. So statute specifically gives the commission the ability to transfer money out of those programs. So in the case or in the event that there is leftover money in either of those awards at the end of the fiscal year, we can trigger a transfer of that money to the 21st Century Scholars or Adult Student Grants programs, which do not revert. And we can keep those dollars and build those up for future investment. The other programs that are reverting, some of the others also allow for that. They just require a lot more work and a lot more collaboration with the state budget agency in order to do that. And so we have a particularly special indication from statute to do that with the Rainbow Banner Awards, though.
Yeah, Cody, just a quick comment for commission members. One that might jump out at you is the line of the 21st century scholars. There's a significant carry forward there. That is very purposeful. That carry forward, as you might guess, is going to help with the funding of the students who beginning in August of 27 will become 21st century scholars at our state's institutions. It will be a number of years before that, right? Because it's a rolling effect before the full impact of that takes place. It will likely be around the beginning of this next decade before additional consideration has to be given to appropriation because of that reserve that we're able to build up there. That was very significant and important to members of the legislature, state budget committee, and others as we took that forward in the 2023 session. So that is a fair amount of money that is being set on there. Let me just say, I think it's a lot of money. And it's rightfully there to allow for that growth that's coming in the future and then, additional fiscal planning.
Absolutely. The next bucket that we'll look at is our restricted federal grants and private grants. So on our spend plan, this is the bottom category. So the most obvious example that you're probably familiar with is our Perkins grant from the federal government, which serves a lot of our career and technical education team and their work. I'm about to dive into that a little bit here. But if you might remember back in our previous meeting, they came and presented quite a bit about their work and just like the really key and important role that they're playing in the state right now. We also, this is where we're also looking at our private funding, such as our work with the Richard and Fairbanks Foundation. You'll also notice a line that does say state funds. We have some like highly restricted state funds in there that are rollover from the 23 budget as we're finishing up programs with the College Success and Martin University. We're finishing up the spend down of those programs, and we've, because of how those operate, we've lumped them in there as well. So to talk a little bit about some of these, and to highlight a lot of the great work that's going on there. So the Career and Technical Education Program oversees many programs across the state. They're working with a budget of about $50 million in any given year in terms of the cash that's going in and out. And their jobs are really to enforce the eligibility, to monitor program quality. And I think last time, we got to really talk about program quality quite a bit. And that's always really fun to learn about. And to make sure that the programs are meeting the qualifications and the requirements. So when we think about their priorities for administrative spend, a good portion of that 50 million is going through the commission and is going to programs on the ground. Some of it is used for administrative spend. When we think about how we're prioritizing that, really, it's in the mindset of constituent services and what is the work that we need to do to properly steward and administer these grants. And just some numbers that I think might be really interesting. I'm going to do this a couple times during this presentation, so I'll just make this comment once. One of the things that I have always found incredibly impressive about the work that my colleagues do here is the commission is a case study on lean impact. And our CTE team is mighty, but just to give you some context also of the impact that they're having, they are overseeing and providing support to 280,000 secondary students and 67,000 post-secondary students who are participating in CTE programming last year. They carry out about 2,500 different outreach events each year, and they process over 900 invoices each year for programs as we're paying out those dollars. So there is a slight administrative expense in order to make all of that happen. But the sort of lean approach to it is really impressive. The third bucket that I'll touch on here is our state appropriations that have a more narrow focus or that statutorily restriction. So the biggest example here is our Board of Proprietary Education, which collects fees in order for our proprietary partners in order to operate here in the state. And then we also here have the 21st Century Administrative Fund. We have the ability to move money into that fund periodically as needed, as going through the process to do that. We don't do that very frequently because we want to make sure that every one of those dollars that we can is going to a student. And so we don't do that very frequently, but we do have some funds in there from past transfers that we are really thoughtful about. And then the last one is the Midwest Higher Education Compact, which again, I think is work that connects to Matt's team. And so we have a very specific appropriation from the General Assembly to pay for that obligation, be a part of that compact. And lastly, but definitely not least, is the administrative budget. So this ends up equating to about $7 million. This is our main general fund operating budget. It does have a reserve that is held by the state budget agency that equates to about 5% of the original appropriation, which brings our kind of operation budget to that clean 7 million, if you will. And the rest, the next couple slides, what I'll do is kind of talk through how we prioritize spending those dollars. So similar to our CTE program, one of the things that we put front and forward is our constituent services and the administration of the state financial aid programs. This is another one of those times that I warned you I was going to say, like case study and lead impact. The work that our state financial aid director, Angel McAllister, does and the amount of people that they serve and help engage in these benefits and in these programs is incredible. And it's a very small but mighty team, and I've been impressed with it. So to give you some more numbers, this team receives over 14,000 calls and 2,200 emails each year to the Financial Aid Support Center. And so these dollars are going to support that work and to support the staff that are in that work and supporting those folks and helping them engage with the system. We process over 135,000 state financial aid claims each year and 440,000 FAFSA, I said it right, records. You have to think about that one still. The next piece that I think, and you've heard some examples of this today too, is one of our other big priorities is outreach and communication. So whether that is mail that we're sending to folks, whether that's social media engagement, or it's the boots on the ground of our outreach coordinators who are in schools working with both school faculty and students to make sure that people know, what exists out there and what kind of opportunities that they have. A lot of the dollars go to that. And again, that is another team that is small but mighty, but is doing amazing work here in the state of Indiana and is producing an incredible return on investment. The last three sort of administrative spending priorities that I'll touch on are our investment in data and technology infrastructure. So if you, I'm sure that is very familiar to a lot of y'all. The hunger for data and for information to drive decision making has not gone away. It was not a fad. It is here. And every time we are able to collect more, we realize there's so much more out there that we could be using for decision making. Whether by happenstance or by divine purpose, the commission has become a very critical part of the state's creation of business intelligence as it relates to our education ecosystem, as well as the specifically the higher education ecosystem. And in order to do that, you have to have good tech. And so we have a lot of our efforts that go into making sure that we're collecting that data is becoming available to use for decision making, as well as making sure that we have the systems that can not just have data to say we have it, but we can actually do something with it. Next bucket that I'll speak to is the academic innovation and alignment. We've heard a lot about this today. That's a lot of the work that Dr. Butler's team is doing in order to support the universities in that realm. So I won't spend a ton of time there, but we've all seen the amount of work that requires. So we have some significant investment there. And the last piece that I'll say is we have invested in fiscal adaptability. So we hold a small internal reserve. So this is separate than the reserve that the state budget agency is holding, but we hold a small internal reserve that we use in order to prepare for that and sort of, it's a part of that risk and opportunity management, so that we can not only track and sort of have some money in the bank or under the couch cushion in case something were to happen, but we can also track real time when we've identified savings. We can identify when those savings are significant enough for us to turn around and reinvest in new opportunities that we didn't have the chance to when we first created our plans. So here's kind of a way that you can kind of see how those all kind of come together to sort of be our priorities across that 7 million administrative spending. And with that, I'll open up for any questions. Y'all are too nice to me.
You were just too thorough.
Well, if I may, and some of you may have received an email I sent about this. I'm just confused that we have an executive order from the governor to eliminate DEI programs, and yet under student financial aid, I see 3 programs. They're not big. It adds up to about $1 million, but they're all 3 labeled as minority. One is minority teaching stipend for minority educators. And then, as I understand it, the actual criteria for eligibility are not related to minority status, but to county residents. So I guess I have 2 questions. Is why does it have a name that's going to attract anti-DEI attention? And then secondly, why are we discriminating against rural students?
Let me take that one. So the historical eligibility for those programs were based on race and ethnicity, specifically Black and Hispanic. And at the end of this last session, Senate Enrolled Act 289 is what changed the eligibility to the county restriction. So that just happened at the end of this session and was effective July 1st. Is that me? So sorry. We just have been working with the institutions over the summer to implement those new restrictions to the county, not to race and ethnicity, as students have been applying for those awards for the upcoming year. When the eligibility sort of criteria was changed, the name of the scholarships were not changed in code, nor were they changed in the budget bill. So for the purposes of sort of tracking across the state, it's important for our finance team to put the actual name of the fund so everything makes it where it's supposed to go. And certainly we've had conversations with leadership within our vertical and at the legislature and in the governor's office about how those names not being changed may continue to attract attention. And we have prepared sort of what our response would be if we were to be questioned about the fact that name is still in the title. But we are implementing based on the new county direction. I can't really comment on who decided what counties and how that was passed, but we are at least implementing the eligibility criteria as it is in code currently.
And I just quickly, I would add that the names of the scholarships, as you said, remained in the budget bill and in statute. And we are required legally with legal counsel, we must keep those names until such time. That's why there's that.
Understood. So this is just informational for me. The idea, I didn't know until this commission does not set when it says statutorily restricted, it's laid out in the statute how it's going.
Exactly right.
And the commission just administers it.
Yep.
Okay.
Correct.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you.
Great question. Yeah. Good.
Cody, great presentation. You give us great confidence in our understanding and comfort around our fiscal management. So really glad you're on the team and appreciate your work and appreciate your presentation.
Thank you so much.
I'll add a quick comment. And I know we have a variety of commission members, some of you who've been around a while, and those of you who are newer. I'm going to comment on presentations by Brooke and Cody, because I think it's significant to do so, and then I'm going to add some other things to it that are representative of the staff. This agency, when we realized in December with the budget forecast that there was going to be a $1.6 billion miss, because of the increase in the Medicaid spend. The governor elect at that time challenged the agencies across the board to find 5% to cut. What I think some of you know is, and I'll share with all of you, the leadership of this agency over the holiday season, this past holiday season, spent some time and said, we shall have that done the day the governor completes his oath of office. And we did, including cutting personnel. And I'm not sure, Brooke would correct me, was either the first or second out of, I don't know, there's scores. So I want to give credit to the folks who did that. It was, it wasn't just done efficiently or quickly. It was done with lots and lots of careful thought and with fidelity. And so I want you to know, even when the winds are at our back, or for the team members, it's not just when the winds are at our back that this team is acting and performing in this way. When the budget bill was passed and went into effect, and we knew when statutorily that would take place, the team was working on it literally the morning after the budget bill had been passed. And again, was first or second to do what we believed we were charged with doing. And Cody alluded to it. He just kind of quickly went by it. And thank you, Cody, for pointing that out in one of your last slides. We've chosen as an agency also to keep an internal agency reserve, sort of on hold, just because we want to be fiscally responsible should, other challenges face us. We will spend it if the opportunity is there, but we want to be thinking that way. Yeah, I just want to share those things with you because, those, folks like Brooke and Cody are the ones, working behind the scenes, and Seth Inshaw is, is going on to other things now, have really been doing that. And I'd also be remiss, I was making a list here, team, and I'm sorry, I'm gonna miss somebody on this or some team on this. But, that's on the fiscal side, budget fiscal side. But in areas I can also think of where the work of these teams has been noted for, I don't know, but leading the way, include but aren't limited to our approach to human resources, specific talent strategy, data strategy, constituent services, marketing and communications, the strategic management process. And Michelle, this is when I get in trouble. I did, because of ... So yeah, I stole the microphone, Mr. Chairman, to just say one more time for all of you on the commission. That's the kind of work the team is putting forward. I know they'll continue to do so. I know they'll continue to have stretch goals. They'll not be satisfied, and don't let them be satisfied. Not that they would be anyway. But to continue to have the dialogue that you had today and pushing each other for something better for our fellow Hoosiers.
You don't have to apologize for stealing the mic. I was going to give it back to you at the end anyway for final words. So really well done, and I appreciate it. So we're come to the end of our meeting. You will note information items are in your agenda book starting on page 93, and draw your attention there. Is there any other old business that we need to cover? Any new business? Any comments, final comments from any commission members? And saving that, I'm going to end with turning back to Dennis to end the meeting. Anything else? All right, well, thank you all for a great meeting. Dennis, I'll turn it to you.
Well, thank you. I know we're gonna turn it over to Chris for final comments, and we have read the resolution earlier, but I did want to end the meeting then by just presenting this resolution to you on behalf of the commission for your fine work. So thank you very much.
We take a picture.
I got it.
I got it. Awesome.
Oh, yeah. Lucas, can you?
We're gonna do a different background.
Oh.
So you don't have the budget and. Oh, here we go.
Good call. All right.
I got one, a different background, but I want to share that. I guess it's public information.
Any final words, Chris?
I will miss being with all of you regularly, but I won't go away. This is generous. This is so kind of you.
Are you pleased but not satisfied?
You know what? I would say you got me. I'm satisfied. Yes. Well done. Well served. Yeah, gosh, there's so many things I'd love to say, but I won't. If you have the chance to be with us on October 1st, a couple folks know that I've got some comments I'm going to share. I think I'm going to throw you a curveball on October 1st. Brooks, oh, no.
What?
Yeah, but then hopefully it won't be so much for curveballs. And I just now bring it really personally to, receive this from all of you is just really humbling. I've just, I am blessed beyond words in so many ways. My personal life, my professional life, it all blurs together. And just to count so many of you as friends, this really special, fine people. And Dennis Bland, to have you read this and present it. If you don't know already, Dennis Bland is one of my, absolutely favorite people on this planet. I had a real honor, I don't know, it was a year and a half or two ago, of getting to do a little recording because Dennis was recognized as an Indiana Living Legend, if you didn't know that. Why they picked me to be one of 3 or 4 people to speak, I'm not sure. Dennis, you made it through this better than I made it through that recording. You personify so much that's good about this commission. It's just so good about this state and why it's just, I just considered it just a real honor and privilege to do this work alongside all of you. So thank you. No, I'm blessed because of all of you.
This meeting adjourned.